Good evening, guys. One in the house. Another Saturday evening. So, who is in the house? Please put a comment so I know who you are. I would appreciate that. And for those who are up for it, you can hit the link on the top of the chat, which I have pinned. So, and join me up here. Oh, still one person. You are very welcome, whoever you are. So we'll wait and see, and when more people show up, they will drop in sooner or later. So new comments. Good evening, Pia Lee. Good to see you, my friend. I do my best, Pia. How are you doing, by the way? I hope everything is okay with you, and I hope you had a great week. Welcome, Ryan. Good to see you, my friend. I appreciate that, Ryan. Hey, Guardian. Welcome. Good to see you, buddy. You can click the link, Guardian, to join me up here, buddy. It's pinned in the top of the chat, so you can just click it and join me, so we can get into the stream. That's good, Pia. That's good. That's awesome. Well, it has been hot and humid today, so it's not nice with the heat. The humidity I can stand, not the heat. Guardian, do you want to join me up here, buddy? If you're still here, buddy. So please join me. And by the way, how are you doing, Guardian? I hope everything is okay with you. Yeah. What's your temperature, PLE? We had here 28 degrees. And in some places yesterday we had about 30 degrees Celsius. Good to see you, Anne. Welcome to the stream. Come and join me here, Guardian. It would be nice. It's good to see you guys, all of you. I appreciate that. So, Guardian, are you joining me up here? That's okay, Anne. No problem. If you wanna have to be in the background, that works too, my friend. That's good, you, my friend. You take a rest. You need that. Two beers. Good to see you, brother. Well, hot and humid here today. Um, we had, I believe, 26 degrees Celsius in rain. So, imagine. Now I can't even pronounce the name correctly either. Magdalene said Aaron. Welcome, my friend. I appreciate that, my friend. The thumbs up is good. It's good for the channel. It helps. "26 in Toronto also." Yeah, that's a coincidence, I guess. Hello, Kitty. Simple music. Good to see you, my friend. Well, 7 in the house. It's awesome. Corner Clubhouse. Cobalt 66. Good to see you, my friend. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you too, Corner. And I hope everything is good with you too. Hello, Kitty. 32 degrees Celsius. Oh boy, that's really hot. Well, in this heat, not that good. I manage, but I can't stand the heat. I don't feel well but I feel always dehydrated. So I'm sweating like the Niagara Falls, but that's another story. "37 in Philippines." Oh boy, that's hot. And guys, if you don't know each other yet, please feel free to get to know each other. I don't mind. Know each other. I don't. Hey, Guardian. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, good evening, Shadow. I'll be bringing my cam up a little bit later. If I can just do no cam for now, if that's all right. Good to see you.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right. Yeah, I'm just finishing up a
Uh,
couple of things on this side. Yeah, had quite a busy weekend so far.
yeah. Welcome, Bang Romy. Good to see you. Um, I finally got a topic for this stream too. So
It's a very good suggestion. You see, there's when it does come down to these type of conversations as well. This is an extremely good topic. I've actually been with me doing a whole bunch of gardening recently. And not having pockets on the pants that I've been doing gardening in at some points, I've actually been using some like a over the shoulder bag that I'm borrowing from my wife. and it's quite effective. It's quite nice to be able to put my phone in there, and then I listen to a podcast while I'm gardening. So also wanted to say hello to everybody in the chat, by the way. I hope that everybody's been doing well, and I hope that everybody's having a good weekend.
Yeah. Jose to Egypt, EG Brazil. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. And by the way, I will run the stream for until midnight. For one reason, I need to get to bed earlier because my sister-in-law will baptize her daughter tomorrow. So I don't want to get in bed too late. So that's why I'm gonna run this stream for 4 hours.
Yeah, that's a comfortable amount as well. Look, I know that there is with live streams, there's always a lot of interesting conversations and that, but 4 hours is a comfortable time as well. It should be enough for us to cover the basics of the topic that you put up as well. There's a lot of different bags for different reasons, and that's why it's also something that I'm quite interested in getting into in terms of conversation, because it's one of the things that are so interesting. Just different types, not just different types of bags, but for different utilities. Of course, EDC, bug out bags, inch kits, but it goes so much further. Just understanding like different quality, different materials. I won't ramble yet. Don't worry.
Yeah, and you have as you said, different types of shoulder bags. Yes, but some you can carry around your shoulder, and you can at the same time choose if you want to attach them to your hip as well. So that is a lot of different bags for that. Smaller, big, larger, medium sized.
Well, yeah, there's also like tactical bags that you get for your size. I mean, there's if you're looking at bags like that for different parts of the body, there's definitely those moon bag type tactical bags that you're speaking about can be very efficient. They're just handy because they're around all the time, even though they've almost got a negative stigma. I don't know if I'm sure you know that there's like a bit of a dorky kind of thing about having a moon bag, but at the same time, it's so good for utility. So I don't really care. I'm not at the point where people's opinions of me in that way can like matter all that much. You know what I'm saying? So, but I do think having a nice looking one could help, and maybe match it with your outfit. Oh god. If you're always wearing like khaki colors or browns or beige colors and that type of thing, and you have a beige like a moon bag or a brown moon bag, it can go right in with your ensemble. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You got to look good while being out there and being tactical. It's important.
Yeah, and we have the satchel bags, and we have the messenger bags, and we have the haversack. You have a lot of to choose from.
Yeah, of course, and obviously, I don't know. It depends on how often you'll use it, but obviously, having a certain array of different bags for different times. I almost always. I should have my. When speaking about this, I will a little bit later. I'll bring on and I'll show you some of the bags that I use in general. Like I've got the one backpack here that I've always got with me. I can't speak about it without bringing it. Okay, give me like 2 minutes so I can actually
Yeah, sure.
so I can show my
No,
cam content.
no problem. No problem at all. Hey, Second Star. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you, Second Star, today. Armani, aka Hubs, 90s Jumpman Texas. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. I hope everything is okay with you too, my friend.
Yeah, I just
That's
want to say,
good. Second stuff. Yeah.
sorry, sorry for interrupting you there. I was just going to say that I went over to some of those music channels as well. Some of the channels that come and visit here by you, and some of them have awesome channels with a great community and very upbeat and like people just having a lot of fun and people joining in. It's great. I found some awesome musical channels that people just enjoy you know, chatting to each other, and people do a bit of karaoke, which is great. And some people are extremely good at it, very talented voices in some of the channels that join here as well on your Saturday streams. I just wanted to comment on that and say that it's really awesome. I can see incredible talent.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Second Star? Good to see you, man.
Yeah. It's a lot of things to keeping track on.
Right. So yeah, I think look when it comes to I'll speak as I'm busy organizing the last little things here. So when it comes to your general like bug out bags, obviously the principle is always going to be that knowledge is always better than like items and gear, always right. But when you're speaking specifically about different types of bags, it is extremely interesting because it's like the right type of bag in the right situation can mean the difference between you passing away or not. You hear what I'm saying? Like there's a lot
Yeah.
of situations where different size bags can add different levels of survivability. The notion of look, I'm completely on board of all with all different sizes, but the notion of having like an inch kit where
Yeah.
you can go with the community with a big enough inch kit and you never need to come back and that type of thing. That's where it is a dangerous falsehood with that like within like I mean people did it all the time in the past. So if you're knowledgeable enough, you can do it. But to go out there and to just expect to be able to survive off of some fancy gear without actually using the gear as well, getting more acquainted with it and comfortable with it, like is just pointless. Like you may as well. That's why I say that, like the discussion of different bags is extremely important, and then also like materials. There are so many different type of different nylons, synthetic materials, different canvas. There's a lot of good materials that are out there. But I always like at looking at any bag for the bags to be as durable and rugged as possible.
Yeah, I agree with you about that, Guardian. And you are correct. So,
Yeah,
hey,
just
hey Abraxas.
having as durable a bag as possible. And then not only that, but if you look at a lot of the technology that we're getting closer and closer to the time where we'll be able to have like just it sounds silly, but I really look forward to having like a nice solar setup on the back of your pack so that as you're on the move,
Yeah.
you can some of the devices that you use as well. Which essentially in the long enough term, most of the electronics and stuff are going to fail you, but like so survival equipment, more old school type of equipment is definitely going to be the best. But there are certain devices that could easily soften the blow from our current existence to like a SHTF scenario.
Yeah, I agree. You, well, all the fancy equipment you can get and put in your bag, it doesn't help you at all if you don't use it. So you need to really get familiar with it. So
Yeah, and that's also obviously why it's important to mention how just getting out there and practicing and just being comfortable with the outdoors is so important. I'll show you quickly. I can bring up these two for now. Let me show you quickly. So, right, so the cam is on at the moment. I don't have my setup done properly yet, but I'll
well,
show
that's
you.
okay.
So this bag is the bag that I use on a daily basis, right? It's just
Yeah.
like a dusty, it's a dusty bag, and most of the time, depending on what I'm doing for that day, I'll use it. And then obviously, it's really nice to have a towing rope over here there's many different uses to this, but this is almost always sticks with me, just to be able to pull myself out of trouble with my motorcycle, and then also be able to help other people too. This is very helpful, very handy to have with me at all times. So this stays in for the most part, and then I have like these more leather pouches that I've been using in the garden lately. This one specifically is quite handy. It's a nice, specifically the name of your stream, which is why I thought it was pretty interesting, because this one, is more of like an adventure kit as well. Like so you'll take this one. It's not as handy, and it's obviously, but in terms of durability, it's going to last forever. Like it's a very good quality, and it's
it's leather.
Yeah, and obviously with the US,
Yeah.
you know about the US and that. So like, I love that it's got the eagle on it and it's got the US flag at the top. So yeah, just different bags. I could go fetch 3 other bags that I use primarily. The main bag is a bag for more clothing and that type of thing. Clothing for longevity, for community. Also not just clothing, but more hard, like bedding, like very rough bedding as well, but not bedding, luxurious bedding, but like very handy bedding for being out there and when it gets really cold as well. If you need to build a shelter, and just for base camp building kind of thing as well, would be one of the big bags that I'd be able to take with me. And it's quite light, but it's obviously quite big because that's what it is. And then obviously, I'm not even going to include the other bag, but there's different camps, different tent setups as well. We've got 12-man tents, we've got 9-man tents, all the way down to 5 and your 3-man tents as well. Those are pretty handy. And then having those, but then also having just your bags for more like a toolkit bag, where you would honestly really only take in the absolute worst case where you knew that you weren't coming home. And that's where I'm speaking about like the inch kit, where you've got all your base building, like your bushcrafting items. You've got like items that are going to, like your, the showers and all of those items that are like different types of flashlights, a whole bunch of tons of cordage in that as well. And then obviously using the caching system with that. Sorry for talking so much. I know I'm rambling on.
Well, that's okay, brother. Second Star says even Gore-Tex bags rain-proof coating fails after a year. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Yep, no, it's true. Even Gore-Tex, like obviously there are certain. That's why there's certain canvas that the military use that you can actually benefit from greatly, because the longevity of those is so much better. Some of the canvas is such a rugged material. Gore-Tex is really good for certain applications, but overall, Gore-Tex can be, it can be like short-lived. As Second Star is saying, it's 100% true. Like even after a year, you'll see the deterioration in the item, dependent on what it is, and obviously the frequency of use. Hello, Second Star. Good to see you, man.
Hey, brother.
Hey, man,
how you doing? How you doing, Shadow?
Well, I'm sweating like the Niagara Falls 24/7, so I feel constantly dehydrated, constantly thirsty. It's so annoying.
Out here in Texas, it's in the 100. It's hitting like 105, and the heat index is like 115 in San Antonio, where I am. But yeah, I mean, like what Guardian was saying, what I've seen is that can be the best bags anymore instead of these high-priced, high-exclusive bags and everything. A lot of these tool companies and everything are making actual tool backpacks that are multi-compartment, multi-purpose, that has, molly webbing and everything on it, and they're going dirt cheap now. A lot of them have a rainproof coating, kind of like Gore-Tex, but it's actually absorbed inside of it instead of just the outer coating on it. Plus, they also have like a rubber bottom on the base of it, so if you drop it or whatever, it won't bust open your bag, and it'll also protect a lot of your tools and gear and everything.
That's
Go
so
ahead,
great. That trade itself is crossing over for utility for survival scenarios as well, for survival applications. Like I could completely see how that would end up happening like that. That's awesome. Like I'm absolutely going to look into that too, specifically when online shopping and that as well. So like tool bags, that's an excellent recommendation. I'm always looking at new bags, so thank you. I'll definitely look into that.
No problem. There's a good brand. It's called Heart, like the organ Heart. They sell a basic they call it a basic deluxe tool backpack, and it's like $35 to $40. And it's only a one compartment, but it has multiple bags on and multiple smaller compartment pockets and everything on it. But and it opens up like a clamshell, like a haversack or anything like that. You can completely open it all the way, like a 90-degree opening on it. And that's one of the bad things about survival companies anymore. These companies are now multi-million-dollar businesses anymore, and they've all pretty much copied each other. There's nothing that's unique anymore. It's just the price. That's the thing that's always never going to change with this business. But like what you were talking about with your leather bag, Guardian, a lot of people don't understand though that you have to maintain leather in extreme conditions, or it's going to fail on you. It's going to brittle. It's going to become brittle. It's going to break. You have to look at leather bags as your own skin. You have to moisturize it. You have to, take care of it. But it's going to last you forever if you do that. But a lot of people don't want to put that maintenance into a bag. Most people want to make a quote unquote bug out bag or whatever. And yeah. Right
So
there.
yes, just a general leather protector, something like this, is very quick application as well. Just take that top off, spin this out, and then you rub that on the leather, and then obviously dust it as well, and then you should be good to go. So like that's really good for long-term leather protection. Have a couple of these, and they last forever. I mean, the shelf life is ridiculously long. I mean, when is it really going to go out? Like this type of equipment can
What's
last
the
for a while.
shelf life on that one?
I don't even know if it really has a quote-unquote shelf life. Yeah,
Most of those don't have a shelf life.
Yeah,
I mean, you just got to keep it at room temperature.
Yeah, precisely. So I think when it does come to shelf life, I would say realistically, if I still have this in about 10 years or so, I would check the quality of it and see what's happening with it. I would actually measure the shelf life by watching it as I use it, and then watching the rest of them. It does actually wait. Yeah, it's got a very far expiration date. I think it's still good for another 2 years or so. So on this, but you would still be able to use it for like about 5 years. I don't see how the expiration would really affect it too much. But essentially, sorry for the whole ramble and rant. But the thing is, when it does come to these, as Second Star saying, absolutely make sure that you look after leather. If you don't, it deteriorates, and then your whole idea of being able to have something long lasting will fail as well. Same with hiking boots. Keep your hiking boots in good condition. Have different hiking boots for different scenarios. That's also important.
Oh yeah, see, a lot of like the high end, hiking boots and stuff like that are made out of real leather also. So you want to keep that flexibility. You want to keep, that ability to be able to bend, because it's going to have the same problems as a leather bag or anything like that. But a lot of stuff in prepping and survival and everything is maintaining your equipment. Like I said, before, a lot of people just make these bags and throw them in a closet or throw them in the back, the trunk of their car or whatever, and it's a victim to weather, it's a victim to elements, and they sit there and they put it in and forget about it. They don't ever maintain all their stuff. But survival and prepping is all about maintaining everything that you have, because what you have is going to keep you alive.
Yeah, there's also, well, before I get to what I was just about to get to now about maintaining tools and making sure that you keep them in good condition, I just wanted to say that Ontario Adventures, just drink lots of water, absolutely. Stay hydrated as best possible. Look, it does depend on a person's current metabolism as well. Well, I know that metabolism isn't as directly responsible for your hydration and dehydration, but it is partially. But when it does come down to different people, like some people, there's a specific hiking buddy of mine that actually hardly ever drinks water, and it's the strangest thing because I like to keep myself hydrated all the time. Like I also end up perspiring, having a lot of perspiration, and the thing is, he doesn't really at all. So it's very strange for me when we go hiking, and I'll usually tend to enjoy a bit of water, not too much, but just little sips, quite occasionally. Quite often, I'd say every 20 minutes, I'll take like a small sip. I like doing that, and it's just, I think what I'm saying in a nutshell about, as I'm beating all around the mulberry bush, is I'm trying to say that it's good to have like a look at which people have different requirements, and to try and just keep to those requirements as well.
Well, I'm very fond of my haversack. This is Cordura. So
is that a tool one that Second Star was speaking about as well? Is that a tool orientated bag?
Well, you have here on this side you can stick your machete, or you have it goes through straight from the bottom to top.
Yeah.
That looks like one of the Condor jungle messenger bags.
So you can put your hatchet or axe in this one, or machete, by the way.
Nice.
And on the other side, you have another pocket here. You can put your stick a mora or whatever you want. So, or a folding saw here if you want to. Plus, you have your mauler webbing for extra, and pull this, and you have more mauler webbing. One pocket here. I have my first aid and hand sanitizer. My fire kit. And you have the main compartment here. I have a tarp there. And some paracord. So this has...
The only bad thing I don't like about it, and a lot of bags are doing it now, is putting molly webbing on the outside of the bag instead of on the inside. I mean, I understand that putting things in the molly webbing is for quick grab and quick use, but also it's like a double-bladed dagger. You have more of a chance if you're going through thick woods or thick brush or whatever, and you're hauling that bag and you have multiple things on the outside of the molly, you have chances of branches or bushes or whatever pulling stuff out of that molly webbing and losing it. And that's why I like a lot of, they don't do it anymore, but I like the older 90s. There was a bag called East Coast hiking bags, and they had a whole entire ring of MOLLE straps that went around the inside, elastic bands, so you could put everything at the very opening of the dump bag portion, so you could just reach in and grab it and pull it out, and you don't have to have worry of anything pulling off your stuff from the MOLLE webbing. So, and that's why I kind of like the new tool bag design, is because it's all inside instead of outside.
Well, I think it is a matter of taste, how you want it.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their own different taste, their own style, stuff like that. And
Welcome.
that's one of the problems with bags. Not a lot of people can have their own customized bags. It's all everybody in the world, either has a 511 Recon bag, or like a North Face bag, or and it's all the same. But each one of us, every single one of us that's on this panel, we are completely 3 different people on the way we want to hold our gear, put our gear and everything. But if we have a certain way that the bag is made, that we have to follow a set way of putting things into that bag, I may want something different than Shadow, and Shadow wants something different than Guardian. But you can't get that with name brand bags or whatever, because they're all literally built the same.
Yeah. And this one fits me perfectly, and it fits my needs perfectly. So I'm happy with this one. Very happy.
That is a solid bag though, and it's got quite a lot of storage in it too.
Yeah, you have even a pocket here with a zipper, and you have inside this bag too. You have in the main compartment, you have a zipper here too, so you have another storage possibilities, and one zipper here for another pocket. So it gives you a lot of benefits. Plus, you have a pocket for your water bottle as well. So
yeah, see, like I've never been a fan of like the flap zipper pockets to put stuff in the flap of a bag, like on haversacks or messenger bags or anything like that, because when you start putting in bulkier items or anything, it's really only meant for smaller items. But if you start putting in bulkier items, that makes that whole entire messenger bag 10 times bigger. So you have more space that's wasted around you and more unevenness in it, because you have weight in one side, then you have weight on another side. So wherever that bag leans, you're going to have to counterbalance that bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a true point. Specifically, or you can always alternate between different shoulders, like over a certain duration. That's what, a lot of the time, if it gets specifically, irritating or sore, it starts chafing. That's such a big thing as well. that I don't think is always spoken about, within the prepping community often enough is what actually happens when you don't have any baby powder, when you're carrying a pretty large tactical bag and you don't equip yourself with any baby powder. And it's something that's like, and I hardly ever see it in bug out bags. And it's like, okay, so have you tried to take your specific bug out bag for a very far distance? And if you have, are you telling me that you haven't experienced situations where baby powder would help a hell of a lot? Like the amount of chafing reduction that you can get from that as well, because there really isn't nothing more debilitating than having sores from friction over a long enough time. So having baby powder as a prep, if we're speaking about bags, I should definitely throw that in there about how important that really is.
Yeah, that's a great point, Guardian. I mean, has anybody ever had chafing around their waist? I mean, your pants are on your waist, your belt is on your waist.
I can't explain to you. I've
yeah.
got much bled from that. Like, and you can say, how is that possible? But eventually, from enough chafing, like it absolutely can essentially end up being like not just like a bad wound, not just a rash, but keep on chafing on that rash when you don't have a choice, and it will eventually start bleeding a bit as well. So it's the most horrible experience, and it'll make you just everything else you're doing that much harder.
Oh yeah, and people think, chafing is just a rash or whatever. No, chafing makes blisters. Chafing, cuts into your skin. And if you're out in the wilderness and everything, and you have the ability to not be able to walk, having blisters and scrapes and, cut skin on your waist and trying to carry a bag on it, like it's tremendously painful. It's more painful than having blisters on your feet or your legs. I mean, because you're carrying weight on that also, instead of just, moving in a sock, in a shoe. And
for feet is such a big thing too, though. I do think that the waist is such an important, but like for feet, that's why having good synthetic socks and also having like good foot creams, having the ability, having like athlete's foot cream as well, believe it or not, like that's extremely important. Go ahead, second star.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, I mean, like in the South in America, we have so many swamplands and everything in Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, stuff like that. And if you can get, like foot fungus and everything, trench foot in boots and everything, and
yes, dude, yes,
yeah,
trench foot is horrible.
Yes, and a lot of people don't take these. I hate saying it, but yes, surviving, like survivalist preppers and all of us, yes, we are preparing for the inevitable that may or may not come. But in our mind, we are playing it out in our mind instead of actually being in those situations, So a lot of people don't and can't imagine outside of the box of what's going to happen when they come into these. What do I do now? I have to leave my house or whatever, and now I'm traveling on foot, and your socks are going to fall off. Your socks are going to wither and deteriorate in the boots and everything. It doesn't matter. I mean, unless you get actual wool socks, I mean, all these like synthetic socks and everything, they have an expiration date on how long they can continuously be used without being taken off, washed, and all this stuff. And it's the same way with, like what we're talking about with bags and everything. We read in the descriptions and everything, oh, this is supposed to be the state-of-the-art bag. It's supposed to survive everything. But it's never actually been through being on your back 24/7, 365 days a year, and everything gives out. Everything will give out. Even your human body gives out. So don't take that as a how should I put it? Don't take it as a I don't know how to as like a safe house, that your bag's going to last you forever, because it's not. And even with us discussing all this stuff, always, if you like a bag, buy 3 of them. Keep 2 as a backup plan and keep them empty, and have 1, and always train with it, because it doesn't matter if Amazon or whatever says it's a 10 out of 10. You have to see for yourself if it's perfect for you.
Absolutely that. And I just wanted to double down quickly on what Second Star's saying, is in just like going through a lot of the time when you have your preps like that are around, you'll end up going
guess who's
using some.
Hey, CR.
You weren't supposed to add me until he was done talking. We have to let Guardian Prepping finish talking, then I can answer.
No.
Nothing. I mean, add to the
Nothing
stream.
I'm saying.
ACR, brother.
What's up, man?
Hey.
Welcome, man. Good to see you. How you doing?
I derailed the stream. I'm sorry, everyone. Okay.
No,
I derailed the stream for everyone.
I was speaking about a conversation that I've had many times before, so you're perfectly fine, man. Like, everybody's heard what I have to say already. Don't worry.
It sounded serious.
No, just more like speaking about socks and just making sure that we don't. Chafing resistance.
Wait, actually, that's 4. Never mind.
Let's talk about socks, baby. Let's talk about you.
Let's not get the copyright for him now.
Actually, that's a great idea. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go make my wife some tea and get myself some coffee real quick.
Okay, CR. Guardian.
Before I do more karaoke, and you're fine. Don't worry. Shut up.
So I cut the beginning. I cut just the tail end of what you guys were talking about.
Yeah.
I was working for like 5 minutes.
Okay.
We're talking about bags, CR.
I know. I mean, I don't even
What
have
you like.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, bags. I mean, I know you guys were talking about leather stuff and stuff like that when I first originally came in. And I was just like, well, I mean, really, what's the question? I mean, that's a broad talk. The bag. I mean, I could go this, but lightweight, heavy duty, small, bigger. I don't know. All depends on the person, I guess. Oh, and who's using it, and the reason for using it, I guess too.
Well,
this is where you guys.
What is your favorite bag, CR?
It's the bag that works when I need it to work and can handle whatever gets thrown at it, like rain.
There you go.
Right? It's raining here. Right? I need a bag. I need a bag or something that's resist the water at least.
Correct.
You can take any canvas bag and make it water resistant by adding wax, right?
That's Miss Store.
Hi! Oh my gosh! I haven't heard it for like ever.
I said you can take any canvas bag and make it water resistant by melting and rubbing wax into it.
Yes.
He always talks about these the Frankenstein bags, as he says it.
You want to talk about bags with them?
All right, so my favorite Franken bag is a backpack that I added 2 different electronic pockets to. On the straps, I added ID holders that just look like detail accent. So they're actually Velcro on one side and zipper on the other. They're big enough to hold an ID, money, whatever. I used it in Vegas, and nobody knew that like my ID and my money was all in my backpack straps.
Kind of like how the tactical belts are that have a zipper in it.
Oh yeah, those came out like decades after I built this bag.
Yeah.
Wait, this is so awesome. I've never heard. Is this Mrs. Second Star speaking?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
then you didn't see
That's
those
so
other
awesome.
videos, man.
Like, also speaking about prepping and stuff like that's. I don't know. That's really cool. I'll have my see if my wife will join at some point as well.
Whoa! Oh! We'll have the female edition.
Yeah,
Yes.
she'll feel more encouraged and more comfortable chatting if she knows that she's not the only guy amongst us prepper guys. I guess.
Right. Yeah, Miss Star is kind of shy, but when she really wants to talk about a subject, then you can't shut her up.
That reminds me of someone now.
I know I was going to get myself into trouble and agree with you, but my
No, I meant myself. I didn't mean you. Well, don't everyone talk at the same time.
When I say agree with you, I'm speaking about my wife, by the way. I'm not being rude and saying your wife. I'm not trust me. I'm extremely respectful, just so that everybody knows. I'm not like somebody that I don't like people that
Guardian, do you want a shovel? Because you're digging a hole deeper and deeper now. Just kidding.
B Savage says leather backpacks are really nice.
Only bad thing about leather backpacks is they're so expensive. I mean,
yeah, they are.
Yeah,
and that maintenance thing you guys were talking about too.
Right, but I'm talking about like there's plenty of female leather bags out there, but there's.
I think it's weird to find a bag with that.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. But
what did she say? I didn't even hear. I couldn't make that out.
She said she thinks it's bad to assign genders to bags. Like.
Well, I mean, there's a bit. I mean, honestly, like clothing, like shirts and stuff, like jackets. There's slight differences, obviously. About a backpack, I mean, well, I guess the sternum strap, or obviously, never mind. Forget what I said. I'm taking myself. Never mind.
Nah, you're good, brother.
Oh yeah.
Like, but the thing is they make what is called unisex bags now and everything, but but the way leather is and how you have to stitch it and hold it and be able to be strong enough to hold anything, you have to learn your stitching. You have to learn, is this stitching cross stitched? Is this stitching what is all the stitchings, like the strengthening ones for leather, like.
Yeah, I remember.
The only way I learned to stitch leather was old school style with a mallet and an awl.
Yeah.
So another was mask.
But you have to take. I mean, like I said earlier, you have to take into consideration all different bags because not all bags are made equally. Not all bags are stitched the same, and
well, yeah, some don't even have reinforcement stitches in those certain spots. Let's say the bottom, the shoulders, right? Because and zippers, and I mean, we could go on and on. I guess padding and all this other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to what is its main purpose? What is it supposed to be? Yeah.
You're going hiking with it. I mean, you're going out to the mountains, you're going out to the desert, you're traveling along an ocean on a yacht. I don't know. You got to choose it.
Right.
Fine tune it for that specific task. And the stuff that you would put in it, right? Whatever it is, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm
I'll be
pretty
right
sure
back,
a lot of
guys.
people have a general use type of bag, or day-to-day, something similar to that. Maybe it's something they put their laptop in, their tablet, their stuff into or something like that.
So I want to ask a question quickly. So when it comes down to the prepping and survival in it, the lifestyle and the hobby, do you find that you and your partner, like, do you guys do it on like a united front, or do you feel that one of you is more sides to certain parts of prepping type of thing? Second Star, is that kind of how you guys are as well in a way?
Okay.
So this is where we keep talking. So
Yeah.
dead air, right? People are always listening, right? You gotta keep talking.
Yeah.
Gotta keep talking. People are always listening. So while we wait for a response here, he's probably indisposed. He's probably making tea. He's probably making tea or something for her. And we know. You get the idea from Guardian. It's like, I should make some tea for her too, just like Guardian did.
Yeah, I hope you have coffee ready.
Oh yeah, mine's right in front of me right now. It's actually raining here today. It's actually raining here, or else it would chill more. But it's raining outside still.
Yeah, it has been raining here too, and it's 26 degrees Celsius.
I think it's been raining for the last 9 hours or so. See, if I had a backpack, I would need something that can handle that much time. If I was, let's say, hiking for a day or something like that. For example.
What is your favorite shoulder bag?
I don't know. I used to do shoulder bags when I was younger. I've kind of don't prefer them. Well, I think it's because when I used to use them, I put in too much weight. And I don't like that lopsidedness on one side too much. I can do, I'm all good with it with, let's say, if it's under 5 pounds, but as soon as it gets heavier, it becomes more and more unbalanced for me. That's why I don't generally prefer them. I mean, I'm all good if it's just let's say a pound or two. Let's just say if I have water in there or something like that. That's one thing. But if I start putting in other stuff and a jacket, it becomes unbalanced. I'd rather just wear a backpack, right? Or something that has 2 straps. So.
Hey Thor, how are you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
What's up, man? Don't worry. Aren't you glad I came in, Shadow? No, it's they were oh, CR's here.
Yeah, always. CR's is always here.
Those two just oh yeah, we can take a break now. Okay, CR's here.
Jim Davidson, welcome to the stream.
I knew that CR was going to join before 9 o'clock my time, so that's why I joined.
Oh, wait, I forgot. I sent him a memo. You got the memo. But yeah.
What's up, by the way? See you. And even if it was you, Shadow, I would sit on a panel and chat with you all night. Don't worry, man. You're a very good person to have chats with and stuff. And I'm just going to end up another hole somehow, and then I'm going to have to load another shovel from CR.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
So, Second Star, speak of the devil, I wanted to ask you, is everything okay on your side? You went quiet for a bit.
Yeah, sorry, the wife's cooking and I've been helping her put some stuff in.
I knew it. I thought it was
welcome, and they come out. Good to see you.
But I've been listening the whole time.
All right, no, you're good, man. All good, bro.
Yeah, we manage here, my friend.
Yeah, she's.
Hi, Jim. Hi, 4. And 8.
Well, I knew you had CR with y'all, so.
Whatever. Whatever. I was trying to make you look good. It's like, oh no, he's getting tea for her or something like that. You got the idea from Guardian. It's like, oh, I should do the same thing. I gotta look good on the stream, so everyone thinks I'm.
Oh yeah.
Don't tell them I shut her.
Actually, she cooked some steaks and mushrooms in like 10 minutes.
Nice. That sounds lovely. Actually, I had so we have these big Christmas meals. And we had
I thought we were talking about backpacks, not food.
Oh, we are. We gonna. Don't worry, CR. We won't talk about food long.
It's lunch. It's like lunchtime here. Remember, it's lunchtime when he starts the stream, so that's why I'm always hungry.
Second Star was mentioning steak and mushroom, and just for some reason, the combination of those two together, like a really good steak and nice mushroom sauce over it. Yeah, there isn't much that compares. It's so yummy. And anyway, on Christmas we had some of that, and I actually said to myself, we're going to have this again soon. And now it's like halfway through the year, and I haven't done the effort to get the steak and put the mushroom sauce and the steak together. You know what I mean?
But he's making the effort of making me hungry now. Oh, he's still good at doing that.
How good is it though? That's so good. Maybe sometimes a little bit of garlic as well. Just a taste of garlic with the mushroom, and then so good.
Tell them.
Said, yep, I did garlic, salt, and pepper.
Nice. That's
and
the way.
Worcestershire sauce.
I know. I actually saw a meme the other day on Kay was scrolling. My wife was scrolling through Facebook, and I saw this meme about how all these different things are possible, but for some reason people like still struggle, and myself included, saying Worcestershire sauce.
Yeah. we all. I don't think there's a single person that can even say that name right. It's like Warshire or Warshire or something. Worcestershire.
Worcester.
Yeah.
No.
I want to name a dog that one day, just to like irritate people. Just so that I'm going to say that I get very offended if they don't greet my dog when they come and greet me as well, when they say hello to me. So all my guests will have to say the Worcestershire when they come to my house.
Right.
No more food talk. We're sorry, CR. I'm done with food talk.
Yeah.
I need 30 seconds.
That's good.
At least wait till we do a food stream. Then you guys can talk about it. Then I'll know for sure that it's happening. I'll be like, okay, guys, I'm eating this whole stream because we're talking about food. And that's good.
So next live stream, Shadow, we need to talk about MREs and survival food all day long for CR.
That'll be the title, and everyone will be like, did you eat? I'll be like, I'm still eating. 5 hours later, you're still eating? We're still talking about it.
We're going to do it. Dedication to CR.
Then we can have a coffee and tea one, or with biscuits.
Yeah.
We should do that. All right, everyone. All right.
So, our own little Marie videos. Put it head to head.
Yeah. Did you hear that, CR?
Yeah.
Miss Star's challenging you to to make an MRE.
Good to see him.
Homemade MRE challenge.
I feel like we're on the Food Network now. Or something. It's a challenge.
Right.
As long as it's not Hell's Kitchen, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I got it.
Oh hey, trust me. If you're cooking for Miss Star, it is like you're cooking for Gordon Ramsay. Like I spent like 5 hours cooking her a special meal. No, I spent 5 hours cooking her a special meal and everything, and she took one bite out of it and spit it out and say that you burnt it.
It was inedible charcoal.
No, it wasn't.
So this is where we go away from that.
Yeah.
No.
I don't want to fight over food.
Like my wife says that the only things I know how to make are burnt, oily, and cheesy. That's
Yeah, that's what she tells me.
But that's
I think the whole entire time we've been together, I made one good meal for her, and that was it.
Oh, so this is why you guys have MREs. Now I know.
Yeah.
Now I know why you guys have MREs and freeze-dried food.
I make
Yes.
good coffee. I make amazing coffee and the best toast you've ever had.
I make the best mashed potatoes you can ever eat. Oh yeah, she taught me how to dehydrate pasta. Rehydrate pasta and everything in a microwave with like two spoonfuls of water.
Okay,
And
CR, we're not
I do it every
about
day.
food. No, we're not.
Sorry, CR. Love ya.
You got. Oh yeah, you gotta say. Oh yeah, I was cooking for 5 hours. We're gonna be talking about food for 5 hours.
Get ready for it, CR.
I know. Big food reveal.
Yes. I mean, all the food stuff that's on my channel is because of her. It ain't me. Yeah, you do. You got like
I might as well
17
have a
little
sip of
short
coffee.
videos.
I'll have a sip of coffee.
Take your
Okay.
coffee, sir.
There's one
It'll
video.
control my hunger pain.
It's funny that you say that, right?
Coffee in the wild. Fluffy kind of story. How do you do the coffee when in the wild?
I've done it first time.
I'm gonna fix my coffee.
Dandelion coffee. Dandelion coffee. Like you got to make dandelion coffee and then also have.
Oh, come on, Four. Why did I
That
look
you
at
can
the
take with
screen?
you.
Why
That's
did
the
I
best
look
way.
at the screen?
You can do chicken.
Say you don't do like cedarberry or pine nettle or whatever.
So we have an abundance of dandelions that grow locally. So dandelion coffee is actually not just something that we do on rare occasions, but it's like quite a commonly occurred drink, like a warm drink as well. And then also having like coffee as a prep, like for long term, is something that we try and have because, well, my wife used to be the addict, and now since she was carrying recently, she stopped coffee completely, and so now it's kind of like that we'll still have the coffee as preps, but when it comes down to it, in a survival situation, it's actually best to not be dependent on that caffeine, because obviously caffeine dependency creates like major issues when trying to like tackle the other issues. You know what I mean?
Whereas my opinion of it is I should have it for trade. That way
Yeah,
the
it's
people
a
that are dependent will give me the things I need.
No, it's smart. It's a very good barter item. Absolutely. It can be amazing when somebody's like in a desperate situation, specifically somebody that loves coffee. They'll do a lot to get a cup of coffee.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, here's the thing, though. You know, you can make what's called Roosevelt coffee also, like the coffee grounds the fresh coffee grounds that you have. You use those, then you set them out to dry, then you reuse those same exact grounds. You can use them for 3 days straight. That's what they did during World War II when coffee was on ration. I mean, it gets weaker and weaker and weaker, but you can always reuse coffee grounds.
I think even with tea,
But you can do it.
You can kind of do the same thing with tea bags as well, like to a degree.
Yep.
See, it's not going to be as nice, but yeah, you'll still have at least a flavorful cup. And then obviously the first time round, if you intend to do that, you don't like, still your tea too much. You make sure that you just like dip it in a little bit for flavor.
Correct. All right, gentlemen. I am going to have to head to work, but I will still be on here, but we won't have Miss Star with us no more.
Yeah, you're all good. Know that Thor will likely be coming up soon as well. So I'm going to love and leave everybody as well.
What?
I will back up. I might be back up a
I
bit
just
later.
got here. You guys, it's been just like 70 minutes.
No,
It's
I'll be back in. I'll be back in say like. Well, I don't want to give it time because then I don't want to be unreliable either. You know what I mean? Like,
is it because you guys are going to go eat? I can understand.
Oh no,
I
no!
can
I'm going to
understand
work.
that.
I'm heading to work, sir.
I'm packaging from the States to work right now.
Yeah, and on my situation, I've been out for the most of the day, and I haven't really been home to like spend a lot of time with Kay. So like, I need to spend at least like an hour chilling with my wife and that.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back later. So like, no, it's realistic. If I wasn't here the whole day, you know, like I do miss her bits and that type of thing. So
I don't care.
All right, give me that big one.
all right, I'll chat to you guys soon. I will be back. Don't worry.
All right.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Second Star, and chat to you soon, Second Star. Much respect, Shadow. Bye.
Yeah. No
She
problem.
says bye.
Later.
Take care, Guardian brother. Okay. Well, hello. How are you? How are you doing there, CR?
Howdy.
Hi, buddy. How you doing, brother?
How you doing?
Are you hungry?
Don't even try to bring it back up. he's like, oh, look at this. Now I can just talk about it. You're get
Now CR is all by himself. You need help?
This is why I never talk about food. Much. I don't want to make myself hungry again.
Right.
Yes. All right. I'm actually gonna bring up something just because it's sitting beside me here. It's food related, surprisingly enough.
Hey, there we go. Good job,
Yeah,
CR.
I know. I got onions growing right beside me, like literally. In my hand. I know.
We got green onions growing in the window too.
I chose the smallest, tallest container I could. I'm trying that out. Also, I wouldn't grow like a tomato in there.
Right.
But because I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, you know, people are doing this herbs and all that stuff. I'm like, and space is sometimes an issue, or you gotta move it into the sun more, that kind of thing. Where containers are useful for that, because you can move them around. You know, if it rains too much, starts hailing or something like that, you can bring them back in and stuff like that, right? You put them in the sun, but you have to water them quite frequently because they don't retain the moisture like a bigger pot or a full-grown bed. Or
so what you do is you do an oversized pot and then a beer bottle upside down with water in it, so it self-waters.
Yep. Did you catch that, CR?
The only thing I heard was beer. Sorry, I slipped the beer.
So,
no, I'm just kidding.
So you get a pot that's like one size bigger than what you actually need. And you put a beer bottle full of water in it, and it will self-water. So then you just have to monitor the beer bottle or the wine bottle, depending on the size of your plant, and refill it when it goes empty.
Yeah. You drip it, hey? You drip it in.
Yes, sir.
Although you have to actually get the nice flow. Well, I shouldn't say flow, but nice drip. So it doesn't drip too fast though, but not like once every hour. That's probably too slow. That's probably too slow.
Oh, you're overthinking it. I just put the beer cap back on, poke a hole in it, and let it do its thing.
Well, depends how big the beer can is. They have those really tall, the tall boy ones.
Yep. They got those. You can get a wine bottle. You can go and get one of those $3 Boone's Farm wine bottles and fill it up and put it in.
I've seen people do that with 2-liter bottles before.
Yep. You can do it with that too. Only bad thing about the 2-liter bottles is they suck in when it starts watering, so you're going to have to poke a hole in the top of it to let airflow in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you cut off the top and do it aeroponic style.
Yeah, that too.
I see.
All right, I gotta get.
Once this is hot, we'll take it with you and you'll eat.
Okay.
Yeah, don't burn your mouth over that hot food now. We wouldn't.
I
want
know,
that,
right?
man.
Oh, it's going to work with me. It's my lunch, sir. Hold on. She wants to show you what it looks like, CR.
Oh,
Just for you, CR. Just for you.
Yeah, now see are getting probably even more hungry.
don't rub it in.
There you go, CR.
Oh, okay. Can you solo that?
I'm making white rice to go with it.
And the white rice.
Almost done.
Was that a wok? I thought I saw that. I thought that was a wok.
No, it's just a high wall frying pan. I do,
Oh,
however,
okay.
own like 5 woks.
Yeah, she does. No, this is
I
a
like how you walk.
a bronze high wall
Is
thing.
that cast iron? Or
No,
is it
it's
cast iron?
bronze.
No, this is copper.
Yeah, copper.
No, I meant
Copper.
the wok.
That's it.
I have a cast iron, I've got a stainless steel, I've got a granite one, I've got a cheapy one
What?
that I
You
bought at
got the
HB many,
granite
many
one?
years ago. Yes, it's the granite covering on it, you know? And then I've got one that I've got no idea what it's made of, but it holds up to fire good.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds good. I like those iron woks. They hold up really
Oh
well.
yeah.
They hold up really, really well. Well, actually, if you think about it, something like an iron cookware is very versatile for a lot of things too, right? Because
Yes,
you
iron
can
wok.
put it over gas. I can put that in a barbecue. I can do it over solar. I can do that open fire pits and all that stuff, right? Rockets still I can
Yes,
use all
sir.
of it, right? Very, very useful.
So
Right?
what's your favorite cast iron pan? What shape?
What shape?
Yeah. Like, if you had to pick your favorite pan.
Like for home use?
Just in general.
Well, it depends what I'm making and how much I have to make of it. Like,
Okay.
see, I think that like compared to a wok, compared to a pan, right? You know, if I'm cooking for like 5, 6 people, yeah, a wok's always better.
My favorite, no matter what I'm making, is my flat tortilla comal. Because you can make grilled cheese in it, you can make tortilla in it, you can make steak in it, you can grill a piece
You
of
can
chicken
make
on it.
CR hungry with it. Yeah, I get the point.
Sorry, CR.
Oh.
But of all the pans I've
Oh,
owned, that
come
one's my
on, Flora.
favorite.
You gotta keep putting up these comments, and Shadow's gotta keep pinning them on the screen. I gotta keep looking at the screen.
All right.
Hold on, let me wipe this drool off my face. Sorry. That's why I don't have the camera on.
Yes, sir. All right, gentlemen. I am going to. I'm leaving right now, so no more missed.
It was nice to talk to you again. Oh. I'll assume she heard me.
Okay, Jessica, take care. Stay safe.
Yes.
God bless.
We'll get you around.
And I hope you have a great day too. Well, it's a lot of food today, and I don't get it.
Well, I'll stick on the topic of the bag. Maybe I'll throw some food into the bag to talk about it now.
Yeah.
Be right back, guys.
All right. Wait. Oh. I thought he was going.
Be savage. My cast iron pizza pan works like that. Just so much you can do with it.
Well, that's what I mean about cast iron, right? You can do a lot with it, and usually, like I said, it's cast iron's usually a dark color, so it works great for solar too.
Yeah.
But just gotta season it and oil it, I guess, right? Of course, the weight, but
The sad thing is that you don't use cast iron that much these days.
well, yeah. How many people actually have that around? Let alone having like more than just like a pod or a pan or a wok or Dutch oven and such and such and such. So yeah, because even when I go to a secondhand place, it's like I can get the small one for like 10, maybe. Maybe. I don't know
Yeah.
about now. It's probably a little bit more now. Because cast iron's more expensive to get new. And such.
Guardian says in South Africa we use cast iron all the time for everything.
Well, I imagine so.
It is
Well,
a major
like
part of our culture.
and like I said, I have used the cast iron in the sun before, so because I know it's good to go.
The bad thing about cast iron in America is people don't know how to season it. People complain that it's too heavy, and I mean, have you ever dropped a 12-inch cast iron skillet on your foot? I mean,
I dropped the wok.
Can't say I have.
I
Yeah.
dropped the wok on my foot. Let's just say I had to walk it off.
yeah.
I'm just kidding, everyone. Yeah. Of course.
Walk it
Well,
off,
someone's gotta be funny.
right?
We gotta spice up the conversation.
But spice it up. That's one of the problems with cast iron here in America. There's not that many. There's only like one name brand here in America anymore to actually make cast iron, and it's like Old Town or something like that, and they only deal with a lot of like big box stores in their camping sections and everything.
Yeah, and as far as I know, cast iron doesn't come that small. Usually, all the cast iron I usually see are.
I mean, it does.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's not like it comes in like a cup form. Have you ever seen a cast iron cup?
Is.
Is he breaking up, or is that just me? Shadow?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He's breaking up.
I'm still.
We're so good,
I'm
right?
still. Yeah. I'm still alive. Thorhaven says, well, it works for cooks where such when they make tractors out of it. Not mentioning any names. Belarus.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry, lost signal.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, but that's one of the things. I mean, cast iron is good. Cast iron rusts. So, and you're not. It's really too heavy unless you're homesteading, or you're using your house as your
Or
castle.
or you have transportation or conveyance to move it with you.
Right.
Most people would not day hike or hike in or put it in a bag unless they're just walking, like maybe like like 100 yards, right? They could probably do that, but all day,
Yeah.
for the weight, right?
The thing I hate is, aluminum is always going to be your best option. And, the media and everything has frightened people about using aluminum stuff all the time. But I hate to tell you, your 12 pack of Coca-Colas that you open up and drink out of are made out of aluminum. Your canned food, the canned food that you eat out of is made out of aluminum.
Not all of them. Not all.
Well,
not all drinking cans and drinking soups are made from aluminum. Some of them are steel. I've seen drink containers made from steel before because they're magnetic. I can put a magnet to them. They're not aluminum. But
oh yeah, but
that's
the
very
United
rare.
States, yeah,
it's
those
very
are rare.
Yeah, that's rare. Aluminum's definitely the choice.
Yeah, I mean, aluminum, it's been around forever, and aluminum will outlive us, especially military grade aluminum stuff like mess tins and everything. There's no point in fearing anything. It's in an SHTF situation, like if it's the end of the world, are you really scared of eating out of titanium or aluminum or cast iron? You're going to go with the lightest option. And hate to tell you, but aluminum's more readily available than titanium.
That's a priority thing, right? That's like saying
Yeah.
drinking the water because it's either this or the dehydration.
Right.
The choice of it. So
yeah,
hopefully you would have options so you don't have to make an option like that. Right? That's the idea.
Hopefully.
Right? You prepare so you don't have to make that option.
Oh yeah, but there's some natural disasters and everything you can't be prepared for that will destroy everything that you've stocked up for.
Yeah. Where you only have like a few things.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if you're lucky a bag.
Right.
You're lucky.
Hopefully, hopefully you have a go bag in your car or something.
Yeah, because it gives you more options, right? Because and not leaving all your eggs in one basket. You have lots of baskets with lots of eggs. So hopefully you can hatch out a plan with that. See, I threw that pun in.
Yeah, like that's why you have more than one bag. I mean, just in case it's 15 years down the road and you finally need to use that bug out bag and you pull it out of the closet and the strap breaks off because the bag's heavier than the sewing on the shoulder strap.
Yeah, but that comes back to not checking your gear more regularly to make sure at least it can handle. You should be able to lift it up and move it at least for like 5 minutes. Come on, it's got to be able to handle that at least.
Oh yeah, I've seen. I know you're.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, CR. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I said I've seen some hiking backpacks, some 60-liter bags and everything, completely fall apart. But, the plastic ribbing and everything on the back, like the back plate and stuff, is still good. You just need to put a new bag on it. Or I've grabbed one of my last year I was checking all my survival stuff, and I have some pre-made bags and everything up in my attic, and I left them up there. And it's a temperature control.
You never told me this. I've never.
Yeah.
What? You have pre-made bags? What? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I grabbed. I grabbed one of the bags by the shoulder strap, and it completely snapped off. But the grab handle of it was completely perfect. I mean, it's like, yeah, but it's one of those things. I left it up there in one spot for so long.
And your attic probably gets hot, so.
Oh yeah, I mean it's supposed to be temperature controlled, but it's still in an attic. Yeah,
the heat will rise into that spot.
Yep.
Unless you have active wind circulation, air circulation to cool it down.
Oh
and
yeah.
Who knows? Maybe the bugs got into it and just let's just eat along this edge.
Yeah.
Right? You don't know. Well, I don't know, but
I mean, there's so many things that happens. It's.
The idea is if you have bags to check them.
Yeah,
and before you put stuff in it or whatever, let's say you're hacking for something, make sure to check the condition of the bag.
Yeah,
because no one like, wait up, CR, what happened? Something fell out of my bag. What? And then you just see this little opening of a rip and it's I lost my Skittles, CR. Can you drop that?
Oh yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's why. Well,
But when I looked at it and everything, the sewing dry rotted on it. So.
Hey Thor, good to see you, brother.
What is up?
What's up? Good to see
you. Whoa! He's outside too. He's not in that. He's outside.
I'm outside, so if you guys start to hear too many dogs or wind noise or anything like that, let me know, and I'll jump off because I don't want to.
No. You can just mute, right? Just mute or just something. We know how it is. Whatever, right?
Yeah.
Could be a siren, could be a helicopter, whatever, right? We know
exactly.
Something happens, right? Oh yeah, now the helicopter flies over when I'm doing the stream. Great.
Black helicopters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just out on the back deck making some essential oils.
Oh, okay. I thought he was not.
Oh, nice.
I thought he was not mentioning food. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, so.
As long as he's not mentioning food, I'm good.
No, not yet. Probably in another.
Oh, come on.
Hours. I'll start grilling up the Highland cattle.
No, it's actually raining out here before. Is it sunny? It's sunny. It's sunny out there, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful out here. It's
it was cloudy for Canada Day.
I don't know if you can kind of see. Except don't look at the pool. The pool's green right now.
It's beautiful.
St. Patrick's Day at the pool.
That was 3 months ago, right?
Yeah, but it's still green.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So we're talking about backpacks and shoulder bags and
shoulder bags.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Homestead Oz is here. Hey.
Nice.
Hey.
Come on, remember we gotta engage with the side chat.
Welcome, Homestead Oz. Good to see you.
I'm on my phone. I can't see the side chat now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
No, I have to not quite tab over, but yeah. It's different. It's different for the host. The host, it's different for streamer for the host.
Like I was saying before, my favorite shoulder bags are the Maxpedition.
Yep.
I find those ones bomb proof, and then
they're made well, right? They have reinforcing stitching, and it's a quality thing, I should say. Yeah.
And then the other ones I
it's
like
quality
too are the Hazard gear.
Mm.
I find those ones to be quite innovative with a lot of features as well.
As long as it's good quality and can last you for a significant amount of time, right?
Yeah.
That's what really matters.
Oh,
Brands
exactly.
Names will change over time and stuff like that, but you're still looking for quality.
Yeah, that's just
regardless. Well, because it goes regardless if you buy one or make something, right? You still want to use quality materials, reinforcing stitching, double, triple stitching, and such, right?
Oh, exactly.
Well, because I've been learning more about this a little bit from the sewing channels and stuff out there. Because, there's when you connect your backpack strap to the main part of the bag, at the top, usually there's different ways of doing it. The X is a common thing to see, but I think if you see a W or a D, it's supposed to be a little stronger than the X. You'll see that on the straps, for example, or you'll see that on bags a lot. You usually see the X pattern, but what I've heard is the W or the D shape is stronger.
Yeah, it depends. I found that any of the gear I've used over the years, as long as it's double or triple stitched, bar tacked, no problem. If it's got the little X on it, no problem. And what we found is going with 500 weight Cordura instead of 1,000 weight, it makes it lighter, but it still lasts the same amount of time. So the 1,000 weight is
it's gonna be
overkill for almost everything.
Unless you're doing something very, very extreme and hardcore.
Even still, we find that going 500 weight Cordura will basically give you the same performance as the 1,000 weight. So
I think I have a bag that's 600, 700, or something like that. I gotta remember. So I haven't used that bag that often, but I have brought it out a handful of times. So I love the stitching on it. So, but because everyone's on a different budget, there's other things we gotta consider.
Oh, there's tons of different options.
There's other things, right?
That's the great thing. Yeah.
There is other options. I think the idea still is to have quality, something that's reinforced with stitching at specific points and stuff like that. Because I guess for me, usually it's gonna be a strap, and aside from the zippers, if we forgo the zipper part, usually it's at the bottom or at the straps. Because usually the bottom of the bag gets pushed down with all the weight, and the straps are carrying the bag, and you're adjusting it.
Right where the straps connect with the pack.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys okay? My sound's fine. I'm not having too much.
Well, we lost second start here. I just noticed that.
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Okay. He'll come back. We know he'll come back. He can't get enough of Florence, and Shadow here. You gotta come back.
Keep me posted on the wind noise. If it's bad, I'll jump off.
No. As long as you can hear me, and so.
Sound is
if a
good.
helicopter flies over, then you can excuse me. They're loud. For being
they are.
Sky. It's very loud, and remember how high they are. I should ask Van City that. Are those chopters really loud? Because I've never been that close to one.
No,
I know they're loud, but I mean, I guess Mr. VP would be right there, right? So, because you always don't hear it because they're always wearing the ear protection. Well, in communication, right? So,
I've been in a few. Been in basically. What's ours? I'm trying to remember the Griffin. Been in the Griffin a couple times. And you basically have to kind of shout at each other in the back seat. So in the area where, like a normal chopper, like the Huey or the Griffin or something like that, where everyone's seated in the back, you basically have to shout at each other to hear.
Yeah, because I always assume it's very similar to how they portray it in media, where on the movies, on the big screen, on the small screen, right? You're the big headphones, there's the mic, and they're talking.
Yeah.
because it's really loud.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes
some
it's
of
like the sign language and stuff like that.
and some of the other choppers, like we did, I know I did a tour of like Niagara Falls in one of the more like tour guide helicopters, and it was a little more quiet. You could almost have a good conversation without that. I'm trying to think if it might have been without the headphones, but I can't remember. But I remember it was more quiet than the Griffin anyway.
Oh, and hi, Nicole. I see you in the side chat. Sorry, I was engaged in the side chat. They're part of the conversation, right? They're listening to us. Well, they're making their own conversation too, but I would engage the side chat.
Is there? Oh, I just found out how to see the side chat, but I can see the side chat, but now I can't see you guys.
Yeah, see, I noticed that too, because it's not when as the host you don't see that because you got access to all of it.
Yeah.
I don't know why streamer can't. I don't know.
Oh, it's just on my phone because if I go to
no, but
the
on your
regular
phone, right?
computer,
It feels like there's like room that. Oh, come on, they can fit the chat right here. How come they can't just put it on the same screen so you could see the panel and see the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe we'll get that in like 10 years. They'll solve that in 10 years. Give it 5. By the end of the decade, maybe they'll solve that. That'll be an old school thing. What? What do you mean you can't see the chat and the panel at the same time? I can't. What?
So the cool thing for the shoulder bags is I really like them more than the fanny packs. Unless you're wearing like a tactical fanny pack with the rest of your gear. But with the
or depending on what you already carry or have on you and stuff like that. There's a lot of options, right? There's a lot of options.
With the shoulder bags, you can always throw them on with other gear.
Mm-hmm.
Same as a fanny pack too, but you get a little more versatility with the shoulder bag. You can, like, especially with the Maxpedition and that kind of stuff, you've got the options of water bottle. You've got huge cargo compartments as well. You've got different storage options for survival kits and tools and that kind of stuff. So makes it really.
I mean, a bag could be as small as a panty pack or as big as some 75 liter, or a duffel bag and such, right?
Yeah.
So what you need it for and what you can actually get.
It's funny because I still travel a lot with I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it's the Maxpedition Doppler duffel bag, I think is the one I have. So it's like a big duffel bag, but then it's got shoulder straps on it as well. So I can carry it with a regular handle, or I can unzip a little thing on the back and pull out the shoulder straps. So when I travel, I'll usually throw that on my back and then my Arc'teryx pack on my front. So it's a regular, my Arc'teryx pack is blade 30, 35, but I just spin it. So the Maxpedition goes on my back and the Arc'teryx goes on my front. And both work like regular backpacks, but it's great because the Arc'teryx is a little smaller.
Oh yeah, so you can have, it's almost like wearing a vest.
Yeah,
Uncle Al likes his vest, and some other people like the vest.
Yeah,
and that's an option, right? That way, if you gotta leave or want to bring a little bit more, you can add a little bit more. So you add something on the front, then you got the backpack on the back, and something to carry in your hand if you want to, right?
Yeah.
Like water or something like that.
I think I've got the Maxpedition. I want to say it's the Jumbo. I can't remember offhand, but I use it a ton for fishing. So when I go into the woods and I go fly fishing or regular fishing, that's what I carry, because I can carry my water bottle. I can carry multiple different cases of flies and lures. I can carry my tools, like pliers, scissors, clips, all that sort of stuff. And I can access it, like I can throw it behind my back. So if I'm walking, it's out of the way. if I'm fishing, then I can move it towards my front. And, you know, if I need to as well, I can move some of the cases out of the main compartment into, say, my pockets or something, and stick a fish in the main compartment to be able to carry fish home or back to my campsite or that sort of thing.
Well, that comes back to the specific task for said day, whatever it is, right? So for you, that works.
Yeah.
You know, let's just say for a day hike, maybe you want something a little bit smaller, not too heavy. You know, you're not planning to stay overnight per se, right? You know, but you want something big enough that you can fit water in. At Fanny Pack, unfortunately, you can't really fit water in too much.
Not really. It's hard to
just,
carry a water bottle in.
Yeah, you would have to hold it, and I think I'm not saying against fanny packs, right? I don't quite go all the way with that, but yeah.
I like fanny packs in some cases. Like if I've got my vest and other stuff on, I'm geared up, then I like it for carrying kind of little accessories. I like it for throwing in energy bars and that kind of stuff.
Or maybe your phone, because let's say you already got keys in your pocket, everything's in your pocket, and your pockets are full, stuff like that. I know some people like that too, because unfortunately pockets, if you have pockets that are open with those without a zipper and they're not deep, your phone can slip out. And I've seen that people don't do that. I've seen people lose phones, like I said, right? And just like they tell me after I meet up with them and give them back their phone, they're like, "Yeah, I was just walking and it slipped out. It fell on the grass." What?
It was funny because I was just talking to a coworker, and him and his buddy were out hunting, and his buddy lost his phone, but it was on silent. Because apparently his wife was calling him nonstop, so he switched it to silent, and he put it in one of his pockets. But the pocket wasn't a pocket; it's one of those openings. So you know, like a hand warmer or something where you stick your hand in, or something where you can access the underneath. So it's not a pocket; it's just kind of an opening in your clothing. So he stuck it in there instead of the pocket, and it dropped out onto the grass.
So you never heard it.
Later, he found out that it was gone. But what he realized is you can go to Google, and even if your phone is on silent, if you do some sort of app on Google, you can make your phone ring on silent. It's crazy.
Yeah, but you need access to that, and hopefully your phone's actually on.
Well, yeah, that too.
I mean, I know about pinging phones and stuff like that, but I mean, something like that sounds like, your phone has to be on, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Now that's why I don't use the sound. I never put the phone on silent unless I'm like, maybe something very special. No, I just vibrate. I just turn down the ringer down to vibrate, at least.
Oh, who doesn't like their phone on vibrate, right?
Well, it's funny. I realized that, I've noticed that you don't actually, incoming for calls, you don't actually have to disable your lock-in screen, whatever. I've noticed that with phones. I've noticed that. You know what I mean? You're like, when you answer a phone call or something, you don't actually have to unlock your screen for doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably for the people that lose their phones.
Yeah.
That's why they have it like that. Because I noticed that. I'm like, oh yeah, if someone calls, you can actually pick it up. Probably for that reason.
Shadow's thinking right now he's got to stick his phone on silent and vibrate and stick it under a seat.
No, but that's why I like to have a bag. I feel a little bit more confident with the phone being in a bag, or at least it feels more secure than in my pocket. Like if you have a hoodie or whatever, I don't have all these hoodies with zipper pockets. Sometimes they're just open, right? And I don't like putting my phone in there.
Oh,
it doesn't feel safe. Like if I'm moving real fast or something, or I take a stumble, it just fall out.
Speaking of pockets and putting your phone in and stuff, at work we just got hooked up with a new supplier that makes basically Faraday bags for your phone, and we were playing with it a couple weeks ago. Oh my god, they're freaking cool.
Yep.
It's so awesome. It will basically make your phone disappear, sticking it in the bag.
Then that app won't work.
What's that?
That app won't work. You talked about that, right?
Oh, nothing will work. Like
yeah,
it
right.
makes
Because
your phone disappear.
yeah, because you can't get the signal in or out.
No, because it's like, so we were doing the Bluetooth. We're there, and you know we've got our phones. We're all connected to each other, and then we're like, all right, put your phone in the bag. And my coworker throws his phone in the bag, and all of a sudden, bang! It disappears from the Bluetooth, and it's like, whoa. So then I tried phoning him and tried messaging, and it's gone. It's like the phone has disappeared. It's so cool.
Until you bring it out, it's like ding 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 ding. All these messages and two unanswered calls. You have voicemail too.
But the cool thing is for like, you know, for those SHCF situations, EMT, that kind of thing, is like it'll protect your phone on, you know, those other times when, you know, you lost your firearms on a fishing trip and you want your phone somewhere where they're not going to track it, you know, that kind of stuff. It's like, that's so cool.
So what do you guys think about sling bags?
Yes, getting back on the topic here.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and bags in general, I guess we should talk bags in general too. Sling bags seems too specific.
Oh no, I think.
Well, I mean, but none of one has a sling bag. I already said that I don't like sling bags that much personally. I don't like the unbalanced thing aspect. It's one thing if it's under 5 pounds or a couple pounds, maybe just a bottle of water. But if I start putting like 10 pounds on my side, I don't like that over time.
Yeah, it depends on the size and what you're carrying and that sort of thing. I love them for day trips or kind of really survival situations where, you know, you're not carrying a ton of gear. You want to carry the minimal amount. So something
to put your water in.
You know, like the Maxpedition stuff and all that, you can throw a Nalgene bottle with some survival stuff inside the Nalgene bottle, inside the kit. So you're carrying that, you're going out, and you can take stuff out of the Nalgene bottle again and move it to your regular pockets or other pockets on the shoulder bag.
Yeah, you know, this reminds me of. This reminds you of something. You guys might see a picture for me later on. Wink, wink. But one of these things that I've been seeing about these is usually matching in like a container to put the contents into. Now, usually, if you're putting stuff in your pocket, you plan for that, but because when you don't have, because if you want to use the bottle for water, you still need to put the contents into something.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
I mean, something like a downsized baggie or something like that. You know, something like that, or at least a bag to put it into so you can carry it and still carry the water or something like that.
So, for example, I've got one of these little pockets. They're like a credit card, survival card. So in that card, you can break off little fishing hooks.
Yeah,
you can break off spears. Yeah, I think I sent you guys a picture on the thing.
Yeah. No. I'm pretty sure me and Shadow have seen these.
Yeah. So with that, like, you can stick it in your Nalgene bottle and, you know, pack your gear and then grab that and go. Mm-hmm. And then you can take that and put it onto a spear or put it onto a fishing hook or that sort of thing. From there, you know, maybe you want to carry your spear or you want to carry the arrows or the fishing hook gets put in a pocket or something like that. So it's not like you're
Or the tweezers.
when-
It's like, oh, I need tweezers.
when you're running out the door, or you're in a helicopter crash or something like that, or
How did we get to a helicopter crash? That was very dramatic.
Well, it's something, but like, it's not something where you're gonna, okay, I've got to go out into the woods right now, so I'm gonna fill up all my pockets, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna pack this, and it's like, okay, you're grabbing this bag, and suddenly you're in a situation.
Okay.
So from there, you can then offload stuff to other places, right? You can take stuff out of your Nalgene bottle, you can move it to other pockets, that sort of thing. So,
yeah, I'm actually working on something a little bit different to those type of kits. A little bit different, outside the box thinking, right? Literal. just for fun, as a challenge, right? As a challenge, just to see what I can put together, see if it's functional, and I'll. Yeah, it's definitely outside the box thinking. It looks way different. But...
So
it's because one of those things. There's one thing I don't specifically like doing that system a lot is because your bottle is in use and you can't put water in it at that time. That's why I don't tend to do it like that. I tend to actually have a bottle and then the gear. Because usually, if I'm leaving, it's 30 above out, I'm probably going to need the water. Right now.
There's the kind of two trains of thought. So, like, I also have a Grail system for my water. And I love that. That is, like, to me, that is the ultimate water filter for bottles is the Grail. So, there's two trains of thought. You can take water with you when you go, or you can pack up your water bottle with stuff and then, grab water in the field.
Yeah. I could just see you with the water bottle kit on one side, the other side you got the Grail or something like that.
If I take my Grail, I'm not packing it with anything. It's just.
No, of course.
Yeah,
I wouldn't imagine so.
Yeah.
That's not very practical.
No, exactly.
And it takes too much time. See, this is why I'm not a big fan of water bottle kits. Like, I know you can buy pre-made ones, and just like, because you actually always have to remove the contents. I mean, it's one thing. It's one thing if you put it in your glove box, and you're not really using it a lot. It's an emergency thing. All right, okay.
Yeah.
If you actually don't use the gear in a day hike, you're probably bringing water. So it'd be nice to actually be able to put water in the bottle.
I've got one in my truck, but what I find is almost all of the contents in that Nalgene bottle kit are disposable, and you're probably going to use most of them within the first few hours.
Oh, yeah. So let's say a poncho, something like that.
Anything from like survival blanket to matches to what else is in there? Emergency pack of water to a dust mask. Other stuff. Yeah. So like a lot of the stuff, say like you have a dirty bum that goes off, well you're grabbing that dust mask and other stuff, and
well, but you have a little bit more to work on.
Exactly.
But the idea is, kids like, always gives you more options, right?
In that case, the chances are you're going to use the contents of that Nalgene bottle probably within the first 24 to 48 hours.
Oh, you're not going to use it probably right away.
So, and then after that, then you can fill it with water. So,
see, it has its pros and cons. Like, if there's nothing wrong in doing that. Let's just say you had that with your bag and you had a separate water bottle too that you could still use. I'd be like, oh yeah, you're still covered.
Yeah.
Right. Because you still have one bottle you can still use, and you have a spare bottle just with stuff in it, just to keep it dry or something at the moment. But you could use that if you really had. Nothing wrong with that.
So, guys, what do you think about these?
It's hard.
Yeah, because a lot of bags have like.
I can't see them on my phone.
And I can barely see them.
Yeah.
But we'll just work with you here.
To me, offhand, right now, they look a little big. For me, for a shoulder pack, I want to keep it smaller. So you won't. For me, I want it in between a fanny pack and kind of like a day pack.
So let's say maybe in that
Like that one.
15, 20 liter capacity, something.
Yeah, something where I can throw an Nalgene bottle and enough gear for either a survival situation or the day.
An overnight, or an overnighter at class.
Yeah.
Right. You know.
Well, not even an overnight, because if I'm doing an overnight, then I'd want my day pack where I'd want to be able to carry, shelter, maybe some socks, some underwear.
No. That's when I say overnight, I mean like I'm staying out, not quite overnight, but I'm staying some of the day. I'm still walking or something like that.
But yeah, I find like some of the bigger ones, they really wear on your shoulder. So
yeah, see, that's another thing about why I don't like swing bags that much. I had that issue when I was younger. I just like, it's that one, because usually they're either made for. Well, okay, let me ask you, sling bags. Which side do you like to have it on? Left or right?
Left
I'm more
side.
of a left. Yeah.
Left side because I'm right-handed. So
yeah.
So if I'm
you got
using my fishing rods, if I'm throwing a tomahawk, if I'm doing any of that sort of stuff, it's going to be with my right hand. If I'm shooting as well, it's going to be right-handed. So I want to be able to use my left hand to access stuff.
Yeah, because I've seen some that are right on the shoulder, right side of the shoulder, right. It feels different. It just feels awkward to me. I don't know, because I'm so used to the left side, hanging it off the left side. It's dangling on the right side, right? That kind of.
And for me, when I'm using a shoulder bag like that, I want it kind of down on my hip.
Yeah.
So I can move it to my front. I can move it to my back. If I'm using one of the shoulder bags where it's like on my back, so it's more like a backpack style.
Yep.
I don't like those at all, unless you can kind of move them to your front to access gear. And in the case where you want to move it to your front to access gear, you don't want it that big, because then it takes up too much space.
I see.
And the other good thing with some of them is if you're using those shoulder bags like that, what you want to try and find is some that have, say, a pocket or a flap, or what I'd like to say is a tray. So when you open up, say, the main cargo compartment, that top flap acts almost like a tray. So you can kind of use it like a little table. So especially when you're doing fishing or survival situations where, say, you need to tie something or you need to set one object down to kind of get another object together, then having that kind of fold out tray is a huge asset. Some of the worst I've seen are the big bags where, you flip them around to your front and then kind of they're upside down, which is really bad because, you don't want to take it off and then put it back on your front. You want to be able to just slide it around your body. So if you slide it around your body, it's on your front now. If you unzip it and everything's kind of in there and starts to fall out, then that's no good as well.
I agree. You don't want your contents falling out when you're trying to get stuff out. That's it's just very annoying in an important or situation.
Stuff
You're wasting
falling out
time.
is very bad when you're trying to walk through the water and fish and wade, or if you're on the side of a hill and you open it up and stuff falls down the hill.
Yeah.
How do you stop your shoulders from getting rubbed? It's hard with those shoulder bags. That's why I tend to like them more for short-term kind of stuff. So you're only using it for a short amount of time. You're not using it for multiple days on end. If you are using it for multiple days on end, then find something that is ambidextrous. So if you wear it on your left side or right side, it doesn't matter. It will work both the same. So then you can switch back and forth.
Oh yeah, there is some that you can actually switch it to the other side.
Yeah, exactly.
On the bottom or something like that. So
yeah,
those are pretty good.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Guys, my phone's about to die, so I'm gonna sign off.
Seriously, you didn't bring a battery bank? Seriously, I thought you were ready for this. I'm just kidding.
Well,
I'm just giving you a hard time.
Kind of, sort of, but not really.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna sign off, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Take care.
Okay, Thor, no problem.
Thanks again.
Take care. You're very welcome.
And then
now it's you and me.
You and me.
Exactly.
No. I mean, I'm actually wearing a very small bag right now. Just a very small bag right now. This is very small. This is why I don't need a sling bag. This can do a lot of similar things for me. Well, because I can actually put a bottle inside. That's actually why I like this. It's tall enough. It's not wide enough or deep enough, but it's tall enough that I can put a bottle in. You know, like I don't know. Yeah, I can fit a 1 liter, for sure. Up to a 1 liter, but depending how thick it is. But I mean, not thick, but how wide it is. Yeah. Because sometimes, unfortunately, you know, you're not the one driving, so or it's a carpool or something like that. So you want to bring something, but you know, with like let's say a truck or a car or whatever that can fit up to 5 people, and you're trying to fit 5 people with stuff in it, too, right?
Yeah.
You can't always bring
Instead.
like certain bags, so that's why I have this option. So at least I can bring something, but you know what I mean? Like it's like those road trips, right? You can only bring so much, right? So I always I like to have that. I have these smaller type bags just for that reason. So I can still bring it, or let's just say my main bag's in the trunk or something like that. I can have the smaller bag that has my charger. I can put the phone into, you know, stuff like that I still want access to right now. You know, stuff like that. So that's why I like this bag. I've used this for a while now. But it was never
those sling bags are pretty. They haven't been on the market for that long, a couple of years. They are, as far as I know, relatively new invention.
Well, there is a certain way which I've shown before in the last video that I showed that pouch, that I showed that DIY pouch on how to, if the strap's long enough, you can actually set it up. So basically, the bag would be in front of you, the loop, the strap would be around you, around your waist. Then you flip it over the front, over your head, onto your back, and wear it like a backpack. But that only works if the strap, you know, the connector part is long enough. Something I picked up from some sort of tip or whatever for converting a shoulder bag. But that only works if the strap is long enough. Like I said, the bag would be in front of you. the straps are underneath your armpits, then you flip the bag from your front to your back. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I've shown it before with that video, that DIY pouch. That's why I made it in that kind of configuration. So I can wear it like a sling, which I usually do, but I can wear it on my back too. Depending what, so that's why I have that option.
Yeah, it is good to have multiple options.
So yes. I see. I know. Oh, hi Rose. See Nicole's at her games again. Nice. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, a backpack or a bag. I mean, like, it depends what you're carrying in, right? You still gotta like for example, a duffel bag is one of those things I always see people use for hockey here. Yeah, well, probably other places too, right? So yeah.
Yeah.
Because they want
Yeah, I agree.
they want to fit all their equipment in that's not, because they don't need a backpack because they're not carrying. They're just basically walking to the arena or walking inside the door to the arena, right, and skate it and do whatever, right. So, and usually you got helmets and personal protective equipment like shin guards and elbow guards and all that stuff, right. So, a duffel bag is a relatively good option, but because it's got the size. So. Stuff like that.
Yeah, you can fit a lot of stuff in a duffel bag.
I haven't used duffel bags much. I mean, they have their place, I guess. I guess for something like that, that's fine. If I was putting clothes into it, yeah, maybe something like that. Because it's one big compartment, usually, with a duffel bag. Usually, you don't get many side or smaller compartments with a duffel bag. Usually, it's maybe one big compartment, maybe one smaller compartment. You might have some not shoulder, but little. I'm trying to remember all this terminology now. Pockets on the side, on the inside, but that's about it. Usually, you get that space. So that depends again.
Yeah.
What you want out of it.
And I have seen those sling bags that are very narrow, and they are not that wide. They are more like this.
Well, yeah, the bag I have right now is like skinny. It's tall enough, which I like for let's say a water bottle. I can fit a water bottle in here. So that's why I like this, because it feels like I'm not wearing much. Now, honestly, I don't have that capacity, honestly, compared to other things, right? So, like, for said, it's more disposable, like a space blanket, maybe a poncho, right? So I would not wear this for multiple days, in terms of a multiple day trip, or if I do, this is like something to carry some of that gear that I have actually in a backpack. Like that quick. I'm camping out, let's go for a day hike kind of deal. That way I don't have to bring my whole bag, but I do want to bring something. This is manageable. This is what I would bring.
Yeah.
Because I like having that one little niche of small enough that you can fit it almost anywhere, but big enough that you can still put a water bottle in, right?
Yeah.
Or canteen,
Exactly.
right? I'm not gonna be able to fit like no sleeping bag or anything, let alone a bivy or something like that. But I can still put socks, maybe gloves inside, a hat, snacks.
Yeah, maybe a tarp. Maybe a tarp.
Yeah, something like that, right? I can still squeeze things in here, but it's not meant for long duration. Because, like, even Forrest said about wearing it day after day, long period of time, right? I don't wear this bag long periods of time. And usually it's not that heavy. It's usually under, let's say, 3 pounds with water, right? Because the capacity is not that big. It's I think one of my plants is pretty taller than it. I mean, my plants are taller than this bag, so it's not that much, but for what it is, I don't mind it.
Miss
It's good.
Worm is in the house.
Hi, Miss Worm.
It was a while I saw her.
Hi, Glenn. Yeah, duffel bags are hard to carry.
Long
I mean,
time
some
no
of them,
see.
some of them have like a backpack way of carrying it, but I might as well just get a backpack at that time. Or some of them got wheels. There's suitcase. I mean, you know, they all have their pros and cons, I guess, right? Some of they excel more at and such. You know, I've seen people use duffel bags for camping too. Usually for clothes,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But they'll bring a backpack with per se gear, right? But it's the duffel bag carries all the clothes, stuff like that. Because if you look at it, a bag is just another form of a container that we use to carry said items, whatever it is, right? Whether it's a laptop, you know, if it was a sash to carry rocks like at City would or something like that when she used to do that, or they do that, you know. I mean, I've seen people carry groceries in a bag, in a backpack before. Right.
Yeah.
Because it's more comfortable than carrying it with your, like, disposable, like, single-use bags or reusable bags in your hands. Because it's more comfortable, especially if you're actually, let's say if you were biking, right? If you're biking to the store to go get groceries, for example, because gas is so high, if you could, a backpack, depending how it goes, is more comfortable because you can wear it on your back. You don't have to put it on your handlebars. I've biked stuff before. I hate things on the handlebars. It's annoying. That I know. Because you lose control slightly. Because you got weight on the handlebars, so unless it's equal, it always wants to turn it, right? So that's why I'm not a big fan of doing that. I'd rather wear a backpack if I could. So Shadow, this is where you chime in and say something. Hi, Nanette.
Hey, Simply Nanette. Good to see you.
Nanette. Yes. Jeez. Hey, I never said my pronunciation was great. I will say I though. Yes. Right. I think
I remember.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I remember a couple of years ago. I don't remember how many years ago. It was a couple anyway. Yeah, I bought a duffel bag, and you know what? You had to buy a rope to tighten, close your duffel bag with.
What?
Yeah, it has
way different. That's way different from anything I've heard.
Yeah, it has brass, like omelets.
Okay.
Like on a tarp, you pull the rope through the hole and around the.
Like the tile points on the tarp.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Usually you'd see that.
The same. That was the same on the duffel bag. And you know what? I tried to use paracord, but that was too. The diameter was too small, so I would need another thicker the diameter of the rope, and that would be.
Now I know why you don't mention that much. Yeah.
So, but if you look at duffel bags now, they are totally different from the one I bought many years ago.
I see.
So that was pretty weird. Why do you? It's like the same thing on when you buy a sailor's bag. You have those holes around you to have a rope, and you did just tie it to close it. So it was the same on the duffel bag, and I was surprised about that actually.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
That-
like I said, it depends on the use for me for the bag, so I'll match it to the use. You know, if I need a little bit bigger, then I need a little bit bigger. If I need a little bit smaller, then I'll go a little bit smaller. But I like to have
Yeah.
that option. Well, because like I said, let's just say if you actually use the gear or something, let's just say your bag got wet, right? Yeah, you know, for whatever the reason is, you're probably gonna have to let that dry for a little bit. And let's say you gotta go back out. Well, it would be nice to have another bag to use in the meantime, if you could, if that's possible, right? I mean, I've had that happen before to me too. Accidentally, because my water bottle sprang a leak. While during
Oh,
yeah, but
how did
so
that? How did your water bottle
well,
spring leak? How did that
right,
happen?
because the lid wasn't secure as I thought. Don't worry, I since removed that from the system because that failed. However, I was smart enough to waterproof everything, put things in bags. So the only thing I had to dry out was not the gear, but the outside of the bag and the baggies.
Yeah.
The bag itself got wet, so I actually had to let that dry because it was raining like it is today already. And it is still raining the next day, so I can't just set that out in the sun. I have to let it air dry. And I can't just let it sit there with all the contents moist like that. Because, you know, mold or something would grow or a smell, right? And I'm like, yeah, I gotta avoid that. So my friends get to see me take out all this content, lay it on the floor. Took me 15 minutes to pack back everything the next day after it dried, because I had to let I had to air it out because the bag got wet enough. I was just like, yeah,
Your bag must be really soaking wet.
it wasn't that much water, but the thing is, it was sitting in it for a while, so it managed to soak all around. Well, like not around the whole bag, but you know what I mean. It wasn't just at this one spot. And I decided not to, you know, I could have sped up the drying of it, you know, maybe use a hairdryer, but I was like, yeah. Because I didn't need to use the bag. But this is why, in that case, when I was using that bag, I had a smaller bag that goes into that bag. So I could dip into that and still take the contents with me if I wanted to.
Yeah.
But that's usually what I do in some of the larger bags that I have now. If let's say like 50, well, let's say 30 or 50, 60, 70 liter bag, I have one small little bag that I can put the contents into. If I have issues with my main bag or whatever, like usually it's not from damage, but it could be just because, hey, I gotta let it dry out for a bit, you know, because it got wet, right?
Yeah.
You know, something like that. So I need to let it air out, you know, smells and stuff like that. So I need to use something in the meantime.
Yeah. Miss Worm says canvas takes forever to dry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
So yeah, the canvas bag or whatever, you know, this is why I would probably have another bag in there that's dry. That way I can put the contents in it or temporarily put the contents in it or bring the stuff with me and have the main part of the bag dry out.
Yeah, I noticed that.
You don't want to be sitting with a wet bag. You don't want your contents sitting in a wet bag for a long period of time. It may dry out in time, but there may be a smell, mold may develop, and it's not, yeah. And it comes back to taking care of your bag, right?
Yeah.
So.
I noticed that canvas bags seems to be very popular these days for some reason.
I see.
But I always have felt that I'm a little bit skeptic to canvas bags. And they do make backpacks and shoulder bags for in canvas. So if it takes a long time to dry the canvas, it would be a huge drawback if you have a canvas backpack or a canvas shoulder.
I thought canvas can be water resistant to a certain degree. Isn't that one?
Yeah, but don't you need to treat it for?
Yeah. I mean, I know they got dry bags in the form of backpacks and stuff like that. Yeah, obviously commercially, there's a popular pre-made survival kit that has one of those, right? But not everyone has that, and you know, and still.
Hey, Bob 942, good to see you, brother.
What's up, Bob?
Yeah,
take care,
that's
Andy.
Bob.
Yeah, take care, Andy. Have fun at your game, Nicole. Hi, Bob.
Okay, and take care, stay safe, and God bless.
I mean, sometimes on this bag that I have on, which I've shown before, not the contents, but the bag itself, a while back in the stream. I mean, this is something I can just go for a quick walk very easily.
Yeah.
Contains enough stuff depending what's going on, right? Depending what I'm doing too, right? I mean, like, you know, let's say if I was shopping, right? You know, I could easily take this in. No, I'm not gonna get much out of it. Versus, like, wearing like a 20-30 year bag that really does look like a backpack. You know.
Yeah, Miss Worm says knapsacks, etc., always used to be canvas. There's a reason we all stopped using it. Yeah. And now it begins to be popular and come back again. And for some reason.
Must be a trend. You know how those trends go.
Because when I was a kid and in my teens, in my 20s, I didn't see that much of canvas backpacks or canvas shoulder bags. So it just popped up later. So it begins to be popular again, obviously, for some reason. Hey, Bob, do you want to join us up here?
Hopefully Bob won't talk about food. I'm just kidding, Bob. I'm just kidding, Satch. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I wonder that on too, Len. I wonder that too.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options out there for bags. Choose one that probably fits you, I guess, right? Obviously, there's the size, your height, and such. Try to wear it beforehand if you can, you know.
Yeah. And I believe one reason that could be possible why they stopped using canvas is that there popped up new materials like Cordura.
Well, yeah, because they're lighter in weight, probably. Well,
yeah, and more resistant to the wet, to rain and things like that.
Well, it's probably a weight and cost thing, right?
Probably.
Because if you're trying to sell something, there's different tier levels in terms of a price level, right? You know, for what you're getting, right? I don't know. I'd say a 50-liter bag, yeah, you can go down as low as this, but you can go as high as this for a price. You know, it's such.
Yeah, Miss Worm has a good answer on that, obviously, which is nice. Because modern fabrics are better, easier to clean, waterproof without having to dub in it. Well, that's another reason.
Right, because as a manufacturer, right? You know, remember,
Yeah.
it's still business, right? You're still trying to make the business is still trying to make money. Breaking even doesn't cut it, right? You just break even. All right. Yes.
But I've seen older military shoulder bags from the 40 or 50s. They were in canvas.
Oh, Shadow, you know what I was just thinking? Another thing when considering a bag in general, right, regardless if it's a shoulder or not, is padding. Sometimes it's nice to have padding in certain spots, right? Now, obviously, padding is probably more important the heavier the bag is, or the contents become. You want that padding kind of deal, right? Because I think there is some shoulder bags shoulder bags or sling bags that you can actually get a waist strap too with it, right? Some of them have that.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so it does help. I'm a big fan of waist and sternum or chest straps. It helps get the tension, a little bit of the weight off your shoulder or shoulders, right? Depending on how you go. Especially if you start going, let's say, above 10 pounds. Or, what's that? Let's see. 2 pounds, 5 kilograms. Yeah. 2 pounds equals, no. 2 pounds equals 2.2 pounds equals 1 kilogram. So yeah, just about 4.8 kilograms or something like that. About 5. So anything more than that, I've seen from personal experience and from seeing other people, you want more padding because the weight becomes heavier enough or heavy enough.
Yeah.
That it's gonna start. Like, I can carry 1 liter of bottle of water, but if that's the only thing I'm carrying, that's one thing. But I'm usually carrying other things that add the weight in, right? And like,
hey, Bob, good to see you, brother.
Hey, good to see you guys too.
Hi,
CR,
Bob.
CR, you're up there hiding.
I know. I'm sorry.
He's hiding up in
You
Canada.
Didn't see me last night. You didn't see me last night.
He's hiding. He's hiding. What the hell's going on up in Canada? You got to run and hide.
It's raining. It's raining.
Oh.
I went to bed early. I had to be up early this morning. That's why I didn't stay up. That's why you didn't see me last night. You're like, where's CR? He's not here this time. He came last 2 Fridays.
Yeah. We had a live. We talked about you just a little bit, and it was just very brief.
Good things, I hope.
Chris Wyatt was on the panel, and he's more of a political analyst than a prepper, and he goes, was that the Asian guy that was, no, that's CR. He's Canadian. You were spoken in kind terms. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Okay, I'll be away. Next
and he goes,
I'll be like, I heard that Bob said you were talking about me. I mean, good things, but you're talking about me.
It was good things. It's
good things, though. It's good things, though. Yes. So, yeah, Bob, I don't know if you saw the top. Well, we're generally trying to stick into this backpack topic. I mean, that's what he has it as his title. No, it's his stream, but I tried to stick on a topic or something to talk about.
Oh yeah, backpack. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good topic because you can do a zillion different things with different backpacks. Like our host up here, he had to get a new one recently. That's a good topic. Good topic.
Regardless if it's DIY or not, right? I mean, there's still, regardless of a brand name, right? You're still looking for a quality item for the price you're paying at, right?
True.
Obviously, I think in a backpack, most of us try to look for, how's the stitching on it? Is there a bunch of loose threads everywhere? how's the padding on the shoulders? You know,
Certainly.
Is there little points that you probably want reinforcements or extra stitching because it's literally holding the bag together? Like the bottom of the bag. I always look at the bottom of the bag first because it sinks in, right? If you got something heavy, it's gonna sink in.
Yeah.
Sometimes depending on my bag, sometimes I'll put something at the bottom so I don't necessarily poke a hole through. Like because sometimes because I used to do that when I was in school too with shoulder bag. I used to do that because I wear down the bottom over time. Because it's with textbooks at that time, textbooks.
Yeah, Miss Worm, you're right. Yeah, most backpacks are designed for men. That's true. I have seen some good like REI Co-op. They've had some backpacks that are designed for females. They are a bit different. I thought they were actually well designed because they have a wider, a real heavyweight backpack. You've got a belt around like a military rucksack. It's got a belt to, and I saw that
waist strap, sternum, chest strap, right?
And so that the women can suspend the weight on their hips more than their shoulders, which is sensible. Yeah.
Well, I agree.
This reminds me. I don't even tell these things on my own channel yet. You get all the news before everyone else. Bob's not hearing too. Be like, whoa! I heard our channel today first. But I just recently got this secondhand backpack. The waist strap was a little bit not wide for me, but it had pockets, which I'm not used to. So I had to shorten it so it actually would fit my waist.
I see.
Because it has on the waist, it has pockets, so I can't. The strap only goes so small. Right? It was too wide for me, right? So I had to shorten it up. So it's one of those things. I had to adjust it for me. Sometimes you got to look at bags like that too, right? And remember, how well does it fit you with stuff inside, right? Hopefully you put stuff inside. There's no point in wearing a bag with nothing inside because you don't do that. I don't wear a backpack outside with nothing inside. Let's go for a day hike with a bag with nothing inside. So, sometimes when I've gone into the store, I'm just like, can I just put this big heavy thing inside? This to simulate something, right?
Hey, Nanette. Musta ka na? Hello, Nanette.
There goes Bob again.
Yeah, back in the 80s when I was in the U.S. military, we only had two backpacks. The smaller one and then the big one, we called it the Ranger rucksack or Ranger bag. I've got one of the big ones right over here. That's part of my bug out stuff. But it's on a cart that I made, technology has advanced a great deal since the 80s as far as military equipment goes, with all the Molly gear and all that. We just didn't have it back in the 80s. And give you an idea is like, I was in the Air Force, so we didn't do the ground pounding stuff very often, but we had to know how, and our flak vest was separate from the rest of our gear. And we used a Y harness or for the shoulder straps and the cartridge belt and the canteen and gas mask and all that stuff. It was separate. Now with the Molly kind of gear, it's like the flak vest has got all the Molly on it, and it's almost one module. So those guys can get geared up faster than we could back in the 80s. We'd have to put on the flak vest and then the Y harness and the helmet and all that stuff. Our helmets were still made of steel back in those times.
Oh, so yeah. So now the deployment's even faster.
Yeah. But
I remember when I did my service, my helmet were made of steel too. That was pretty heavy helmet to wear.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was horrible to wear that one for a longer period of time.
Well, the U.S. helmets had about a half an inch thick nylon liner that they developed for during the Vietnam War, and then the steel on the outside of it. I can say that they were comfortable to sleep in, because in the Air Force they would say, grab your gear, go down to this hangar, and wait. And when you're on exercise, your day just never really ends, and you take any advantage to be able to sleep when you want to, and that's what that steel pot was good for. Lay down on the hangar of an aircraft hangar. If you get that helmet just right, it's almost like a pillow, man. And we were excused to be able to lay down and sleep anytime you want to, because you're going to be there until you're dismissed. So it wasn't unusual to be flaked out on a hangar floor for a few hours and somebody kick your feet. Hey, I need a hydraulic specialist. That's you. Yeah. Backpacks, though.
I'm like, okay, what'd you say? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. What do you need? What do you need? Yeah, I'm hydraulics.
Yeah. This reminds me, because we haven't actually talked about this, is that not really with sling bags, you don't really see it, but it more with the bigger backpacks is that style of frameless, external frame. Although the external frame is kind of going away a lot more. You might see it every so often, but it's usually the internal frame or frameless now that you're seeing. That's the
true.
style.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an external frame bag, but some of my friends do. So
yeah, mine's got.
You can carry more? I know you can carry more.
Yeah, you can. Mine's got an aluminum. It's one of the Ranger rucksacks, the big one, and it's got an aluminum frame with it, and it slides up in the forward face of the rucksack itself. It's actually kind of separate, but the smaller rucksack, we usually didn't use a frame for those because there wasn't that much gear in it. But the big ones.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it comes back to what I was saying. It's like anything over 10, I like to have more, a little bit more padding. The waist strap, a sternum strap, just because then that weight adds up over time. And then I go 15, 20, and then so forth. It's like I really want that stuff on the bag. I don't want to carry a 20-pound bag, a 30-pound bag with no straps on the side, on the chest, or on the waist.
Yeah,
I'm not feel that, and no padding. I'm not feel that over time.
Oh, no padding! I ain't buying it.
Yeah, right. I feel like
anybody who's been an experienced backpacker, that, man. That's the first thing that just kills you is your shoulders. It's like, man, get this damn thing off me.
Yeah, because even when I'm going thrift shopping or secondhand or grad sale, I'm just like looking at the bags and the condition. Like, obviously, I know all these bags have been used, right? Obviously, but yeah, right. So I expect to see something as wear and tear somewhere down the road. Hopefully, it's pretty good shape. But I'm looking for, hey, it doesn't have a sternum strap, a waist strap, a chest strap. How's the padding on? That's what I'm starting to look for, right? So if I'm paying, here's a bag that has like no padding, it's ripped, and it's selling for the same thing that has a waist strap and a chest strap, I'd be like, I'll go for that other one.
Yep.
I'll spend my $5 over here.
Well, Shariana, good to have you here.
Yeah, I've seen some of those bags at times, pretty secondhand, and it's just like, wow, that's expensive for what I'm getting. I don't. What? It only has shoulder straps. What? And I'm paying this much, really?
Yeah, I remember the surprise. My dad was in the Air Force in World War II, and I joined the Air Force in '84, and just your, what do you call it? Your duffel bag. If you guys know what that is, it's a really
we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, duffel bag. And my dad took a look at mine and he went, "Wow, they've made some good changes to these," because his duffel bag that he traveled from North Africa all the way to China, Burma, India with had one single strap, at the time he was issued his. Now, later, guys who enlisted later were probably issued ones with the 2 straps, but he looked at mine over and he goes, man, they've made some good improvements to these things. You've got 2 straps and they're padded and they're adjustable. And the early times, those guys just, it was canvas, and you took what they issued and you suffered, you know.
Yeah. They didn't
But
have
as a
any.
civilian, you don't have to suffer. You can actually get or put together something you want, or try to at least.
Yeah, you can
know?
modify and change, yeah. But when it's
Yeah.
military issue, there's regulations against
No,
that.
that's what I mean. That's what
Yeah.
I understand that
Mhm.
part of it.
Yeah.
In terms of, because it's work related, right?
Yeah, it's government issue, and it's, you know, it's really not your property, and they have
Yeah,
to
you're not. It's just like
uniformity. They want everyone to
it's
be
like a
exactly
uniform, right?
like this,
Yeah.
the person
Yeah.
standing next to them, and things like
It's
that.
a uniform thing. You can't adjust the uniform.
Yeah.
But as a civilian, we're not. Right? We're, day-to-day use, day
Mhm.
hiking, right? Yeah, go modify it, make it better, right? If you can. It's because, and take a look and see if you need all those compartments. For me, the smaller the bag, I don't mind it, but the larger the bag, I tend to have less compartments.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. Because usually the larger the bag is, I'm already bringing sub kits of some, like a water kit, and right, they're already grouped together in the first place. I don't need like, oh, look at this 7 liter bag, and it's got all these compartments. Am I actually even gonna use all these compartments in the first place? Or is that just too much of a waste of space or weight?
For me, if it's there, use it. And if you leave it empty,
if I
that's
bought it
fine too.
secondhand, okay, maybe.
Yeah.
But if I'm buying it new, then I'd be like, then I'm gonna make my choice about doing it or not. Like a hiking style backpack where you have the lid at the top, I guess. Maybe not the clamshell opening, but the top down open. Yeah, the top down opening. I'm trying to remember all this terminology. Well, okay, sorry, I'm rusty at the terminology. I'm trying to remember. There's terminology that they always say, I'm trying to remember it now. Like clamshell opening and stuff like that. Actually, that bag that I was talking about earlier, it does somewhat clamshell open, which I like too. So I don't want in bags like those too. That clamshell open, that open up all the way down to the bottom, like a clamshell. I guess that's why they call it like that.
Yeah.
For anyone that didn't know about that, so because you can access it all the way down. So I've seen lots of go bags like that before too. So, and again, it depends what you want to put inside, right?
Yeah, it is.
Right. Because you gotta fit it to your own specific needs.
In fact, bags are really versatile. There's so many different styles and types, but I'm gonna have to make.
Right. If you think about like a backpack is one of those, a backpack or a bag is just one of those things that you see it in the modern day, but then it was existed before we even called it a sling bag or a backpack. It's just something to hold, a container to hold stuff in. All right, maybe it started off with a basket. All right, that kind of deal.
I would
assume it would started with a basket, then people adopted it to put it on your shoulder. Then next thing you know, you got that first backpack made thousands of years ago.
Yep. Yeah, they're probably a wicker basket with 2 straps on it to carry your gear, and the women would make a wicker basket, modify it to put a child in it, and
Yeah, that's to me, I still consider that as a backpack. It just that's just a natural way of making it, right? Compared to what we have nowadays with synthetics and nylon and such, support and all this other stuff. But like I said, A lot of things can be made into a backpack if you really needed to. So I'm saying.
I had a small backpack around here. I'm not sure where I put it. But it was just a civilian grade backpack that I carried with me when I would go out walking along the rivers and the bike trails and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
And I used just acrylic paint because it was black. And I start off with a tan color and splash tan on it. And I don't like my gear being one solid color if it's meant to go outside, because then I can stash it and come back and retrieve it later, and it has a less chance of it being found and picked up by somebody else.
Oh boy. Right. There's no guarantee on that.
Hopefully with good news. Okay. Shariana, yeah.
Hi, Shariana. It was nice to see you too.
Yep.
Sorry. I forgot about the side chat for a minute. See, I got carried away too. Shadow's supposed to put up these things so we can see them on screen. Host.
Yeah.
Yes. Since me and Bob were doing the talking, you could be like, oh, and then you can bring up something so I can be like, oh, okay, I see it. But yeah.
Oh, I had a nice thing happen this morning, a helpful thing. As you guys know, that I'm kind of into making my own rhythm instruments and things like that. Well, there was I'll post the video in the regular stream. I was curious about the instruments. This is tribal music from the mountains of Mindanao, and I left them a comment. I'll post the video here in the chat about some of the instruments and who they are, what kind of a language do they use, what are the names of the instruments, and I haven't gotten an answer, but I have a friend of mine on Skype. She's a Filipina overseas worker over in the Middle East as a nanny. She rang me up this morning. She's from Mindanao. She's talked to my brother-in-law before, stuff like that. But she had a lot of good information for me. She said that those are the bonobo people. And she didn't have the name of one of the instruments. But she says, those people in the mountains, they're so creative. All you have to do is give them a knife, and they can make almost anything out of bamboo. Because there's different styles of bamboo, thousands of different varieties. She said, just give them a sharp knife and they'll make anything. It's like, yeah, you're right about that. But the video I tagged in the chat over there.
Oh, that sounds awesome. And not just because you said that word, but because thousands of things can be made. That my interest.
Well, maybe the hyperlink didn't show up. Well, I'll go back and post it up again to make sure it does. But that was a good thing that happened today. She called me out of the blue, and she's ironing clothes in the Middle East, and she's from Davao area, and it was really helpful. Some people are pretty cool out there, Let me see if I can go get a better hyperlink or something here.
Well, that works for me anyway.
Well, does the link work for you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Shows the playing the drum and all that. Yeah, I was. Exactly. Do you see the bundle of sticks that's in her hand?
Yeah.
It's a rhythm. I like the sound of that, and she plays it by striking and by combing the top. And I was just curious, what is that? What do they call it? What's it made out of? I want to be able to see if I can make something like that. For my own use, but my friend over on Skype, she says it's made out of bamboo, and there's many different types of bamboo, and we can't get that much bamboo here in the States. Just not available,
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
If it grew here on the continent, I'd be using it all the time. I'd be like,
oh yeah,
I'm gonna make this.
Oh yeah. Well, like this, I bought this up in the mountains.
Materials, right? Or the resources, you can make almost anything if you have access to them.
Well, this is called a Oh, it's a jaw harp in their language. It's called something else, but this is made out of bamboo with just a sharp knife. This probably the same tribe of people up there.
Mm.
You know.
Boom, boom, boom. I'm tapping my foot now. Maybe I should go get the harmonica.
Yeah, what do they call this? I can't remember, dude. It just slips my mind. But that's just made out of bamboo, with a sharp knife. And
okay.
I tell you, if a guy could live for 6 months or so with some of those mountain people, dude, you would be capable of living anywhere in the world with just a bolo and a sharp knife. That's all you'd need,
Hey, and then maybe you can show them a thing or two too. Exchange that knowledge and skill.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I would love to be able to spend some time with those people to see, because that's all they need is a bolo, and they can go out in the jungle and make a house, an elevated house with just the bark from trees as a binding. And these guys are amazing, man.
Yeah.
And here we are, modern people living in modern times with every tool in the world, and we can't do that. But they can do all that with just a sharp bolo, and that's all they need, just a machete. They can make their own house and corral for their animals, and it's like.
Well, you know what? Coming back to this backpack thing, if you had access to the materials and knew how to sew it, you can actually put something together. Remember that.
Certainly.
Because if you have access to these quality premium materials, then you could actually do it. I'm not saying it's cheaper or whatever, but let's just say someone just gave you, oh, hey, see, I want this. Here's this roll of really, really good fabric material.
Thank you.
And you're like looking at it, it's like, hey, I can make a backpack out of this, right? With some skill and maybe a template, you could actually put something together.
Yeah, you could.
You could not just triple stitch it, but quadruple, or what's after quadruple?
This is the base version of the same instrument. Yeah. It makes it a slightly deeper sound.
Play Old Canada with it now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these. I got these by accident. We were up in the mountains of Mindanao, and my brother-in-law saw some of the natives selling different things at a table, and I just walked by them because I'm going to head to the car, and we're going to go back to where we came from. And he shouts, "Bro, hey!" And he holds one of these up. I went, "Oh, it's called a kubing." And he goes, "Bro, hey!" He knows that I like handmade instruments. I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah, you just didn't. Oh, that reminds me. I was at this grad sale. There was musical instruments. It was just basically, it looked like a lamp with a string below it, and you just pull it down and it made the sound, but all of them made a different tone. Oh, it just reminds me of it. I don't even know what that's called, but it just reminded me of it too.
I'll type the name of the instrument in the chat here. It's called a kubing.
Well, I guess that's cool beans.
Yeah, kubing. Yeah,
I'm trying to remember it.
It's cool beans, kubing. If you go on YouTube, type in kubing or that word, and a whole bunch of examples will come up. Some of the native people and city people playing the kubing, but
Kubing. Okay.
Kubing, yeah.
Remember, some people are listening. Some people don't see the chat. Always. What's up? What's up, Dustin?
King Poobah. Hey, Dustin. I've got a playlist of just called drumming, where I look into different type of instruments, percussion and rhythm instruments from around the world, and I came across a really cool video with a Filipino guy and his uncle. They're playing those, and then the fella's brother and sister had a couple of drums and another homemade instrument. It was like a bass. Cool video, really cool. homemade music, and you can see the people walking along the street stop and they're looking over the fence at what they're doing, and that's not backpacks, but it just shows you that if you could live up in the mountains of Mindanao with these people who can do this with just a knife, what else could you learn? You could learn anything, you know.
They'll make you a basket and be like, here's your homemade backpack, Bob. Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Oh, I can see that forming the card.
Because there's a I don't remember what they call it, but they'll take palm fronds and they know how to split that stuff up into pieces. And I watched them do it before, where they'll weave that stuff into wall panels for their house that they can make, or you know.
Before.
Yeah,
I've never tried it, but it looks really interesting just to be able to do that.
Yeah,
it doesn't seem that difficult. It's just probably the first couple setting it up, that structure of it. Then it probably gets easier because it's holding itself there.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people over there still live with that just as the walls for their house, you know.
Yeah, because it's pretty tight to weave, right?
Yeah.
What it is, yeah. So bugs have a hard time trying to get through that. Like even mosquitoes, right? I'm not sure, but I'm just asking. I think that's why they made it. It was made like that in the first place for the bugs, right?
Yeah, keep the snakes out
and shade. Yeah.
Usually the houses that are out in the jungle, they're up off the floor. You know, they're elevated, so you can get a level floor for one, and for two, it helps to keep the snakes out of your house, and you know, and you're also not sleeping in a muddy floor and during the rain. You know, I mean, people like that just amaze me, man.
Yeah, that would amaze me too.
Yeah,
I'd be like, what are you doing? Oh, yeah, can you show me?
Yeah, that's why special forces, military from all over the world will send their special forces guy to places like Panama, the Philippines, Thailand, and they learn from the local people how to build shelters and where to find food and how to prepare the food.
Well, the resources are useful, right? And how you can use these resources, whatever, where it's the least to make a shelter, or let's just say if it's here on the North American continent, you'd be like, you could take pine, here's some resin, right? And do stuff with it, right? You know?
Yeah.
And learning the resources of the land, wherever you are in the world, right?
Yeah. I know one friend of ours. She's from the island of Bohol, and she used to religiously watch that show. Was like Survivor or whatever it was, and she was laughing her ass off at these people and thinking just how pathetic we are from the people who live in the West, because she said that she looked at me and she goes, you know, most of you people from the West, if you got stuck in a survival situation, you would all die. And she's the one who says, you know, when I grew up, we had to make everything that we needed, everything, you know. And she said, and you can make it all with just a bolo. You don't need all these important tools. Just a bolo. Go out there and whack.
The tools might save you time, but it doesn't mean you know how to do it still. Just because you got the tools doesn't mean you know how to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I wish there was a safe way that I could go up there in the mountains and spend a few weeks up there and learn from these people and film it. And there's just a wealth of knowledge up there that most of the outside world doesn't have an opportunity to see. But I don't know if it's too safe for a foreigner up there, you know.
See, Bob, this is why I try to, when I gain a resource, like whatever it is, right? It could be anything. I tried to see what can I actually do with this, right? Almost in that same using the resources, right? It's just like okay, here's this man-made resource. Let's see what I can do with this. Or here's this natural resource. Let's say, I don't know, whatever it is. What can I do with this? You know, I mean, I remember this one time I needed a broom. My friend didn't have one, so I just because they were removing some bushes. So I'm like, I just used a bush just to make a little broom real quick. little taller, so I could use it like a handle. It worked. So I mean,
What's this?
well, I mean,
Nicole,
to me, I was just like, "There's no brim." I'm like using a
Nicole
natural person, so-
Ruiz. Nicole Ruiz, why are you saying that you have to pee? Is that a bot, or is that just that's kind of weird? I don't know. But I think that there could be a whole category of survival methods by inner city living.
Mhm.
By like what
Well,
you're
I mean-
what you're on to, because you're picking up used items alongside of buildings and secondhand stuff, and you're modify it to be able to survive. That's
well,
a
it's
whole
not
other
the, well,
category.
or put it into a need or back into a useful state, like I say. Because usually when I find something, it's in that useless state at that time because it's been discarded or dropped, right? So
Mhm.
unless someone picks it up, it's just probably not be like, hey, let's say if it's over the grass, someone's gonna run over it with some sort of mower, and it's just gonna get shredded up, and it'll be totally useless.
Yeah, that's true.
Pretty much, right? Pretty much, the only thing it'll be good for is filling or stuffing for a blanket or a pillow. Right?
Yeah.
That's about it. But if I save it beforehand, it won't go to that. I'll be like,
Yeah.
Because you never, like I said, you never know what you can see until you go take a look.
I want to show you guys something, since you guys are, especially CR, you're into all kinds of different materials.
Bob's the
Now
crazy.
I had no, hang on,
okay.
relax. I went to a secondhand store, and I make my own drum strikers, and I like colorful fabric on them and things like that. Just so this Ziploc bag was $7 for a whole bunch of used men's ties. Okay. And I started cutting these ties up and making it into strips. But look at what kind of material is inside of men's ties. This thick material. I don't know if it's cotton, but it's. I mean,
well, does it melt? Does it melt, or does it?
I haven't tested. Let's take a look right now. I'm going to snip off a little piece.
Yeah, see if it melts, or does it hold an amber like something like cotton wood?
Let's take a look here. I'm going to light it right up for you here. But inside of all these ties, there's a fabric like this that's really absorbent. It's pretty tough, and I didn't even know.
Right.
I had no idea. So
because you've never seen it made, right? So you never had one, so you never.
Okay.
No one just randomly breaks one open. Right? All right, let's see how this is. All right, is it melting?
Looks like it's a blend.
Oh, okay.
Looks like it's a blend because it's ripping. It's got that melty.
So you probably you might be able to still burn it per se, but charcoal probably not. Probably not,
but I it would hold wax for a fire starter, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. Because I've noticed that before when I get to see things, I get to see what's the inside of it. I don't always get to see, because I don't just think, I'm just gonna buy this tie and break it open.
Yeah, that's some
diversity, right? So
this tie is some kind of a
see inside the. It's like reverse engineering it, right? It's like, so this is how it all is, right?
Let's take
something I picked up a long time ago when I was like 10.
Now this is the insides from another tie. Let's take a look. This stuff's in the trash right now. Oh, this is another one, another tie, because they're all made in different countries and stuff. But let's take a look.
Yeah. Is it melting, or is it?
It's burning. This one is more like a cotton.
So if you blow it out, it should hold an amber for a moment at least. Yeah, if you wave it around, you should see that amber going. If it was like
no amber sitting there burning, but
no,
this one seems like it has. Seems like it has a little less.
It's gotta hold that amber.
Yeah, I was thinking more along wax dipped fire starter.
Well, I mean that's still a possibility.
Hey, Jack. Auslander Info. Good to see you, brother.
What's up, man?
Yeah. But that's inside of a men's tie. This is the kind of material that's inside there. I had no idea that there was anything inside of it until I started cutting these apart using the outside fabric.
I've
Yeah,
like I said, I've noticed that before, and it's just like, oh, because then I start to realize, hey, there's potential inside these things.
yeah.
You know,
This one,
the resource of it. Right. See, remember how I said it's raining here? Well, it's actually stopped. But one of my earlier videos was actually an umbrella. Disassembling an umbrella.
ooh,
It's because
thanks.
yeah. Well, I'm
Hey, thank you, Auslander.
Well, I'll tell you that on Monday.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, Canada had your guys' Canada Day yesterday, wasn't it? Or was it?
Yeah,
yesterday.
It was yesterday. Although some part of the country was like raining, so. But.
Yeah, it looks like this material, like this tie, was mostly a blend of polyester or whatever. Yeah. And this one seems like it had a higher content of cotton in it.
Yeah.
This first one I burned, it started popping and crackling right away. Yeah, that's interesting to learn.
And those ties aren't like silk, are they? Probably not.
No, because these are. I only found one of them that was made in England, and it wasn't silk. It was silk-like artificial fabric,
Because I know silk has different characteristics.
Yeah, it does. You can tell real silk when you see it.
Yeah, because I have this handkerchief. I'm like, I've actually worn it during the winter. I'm like, oh, what they say about silk in the winter does work. I'm like, it seems warmer than the synthetic of the same thickness and color. I was like, oh,
yeah. This is the.
Yeah. It's like I'm looking for wool or something like that, right?
This is definitely probably gonna be more of a poly. Yeah, this is like here. You can see how it burns. It crackles.
Yeah.
That's like napalm, man.
Yeah.
Ow. Yeah, a little bit of
maybe
that
a fire
stuck.
starter, but not for a tornado.
Yeah, that's stuck. A little bit of that plastic stuff stuck to my finger. Ow.
Oh yeah,
that sucked.
Yeah.
Now you can use that in homemade napalm or something.
Yeah, if you get enough of it.
Hey, Bob,
you could.
Actually,
yeah.
I know.
I'm gonna go load up a truckload of old used ties and make it. Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, that might be a topic that might be a topic for a video.
Yeah. All right.
Oh yeah.
Play on words on that somehow.
Yeah, you can see how this stuff is very, very much a plastic, synthetic material, because as soon as it hit the concrete floor, it flattened out. And nasty stuff. I wonder why house fires are so disastrous, man. The firefighters have to wear a Scott air pack or else they'll die. All the stuff that's inside of the house,
Well, it's mostly the insulation. Well, at the time, isn't it? I mean, obviously, there's wood in a building, in a house per se, right? I mean, but it's probably that insulation, the synthetic stuff. Kind of, like I said, like it just melts everywhere, and burns dark.
Puerto Rican hillbilly, huh? Well, that's a new twist on the hillbilly.
And people wonder why I dismantle umbrellas. Because I know the usefulness of it. And it's a very common resource. I do it for multiple reasons, actually. I usually see them during this time of year. Well, usually. So, like even today, yeah. Yeah. I say a lot of things, by the way, guys. Guys and gals. I say a lot of things. Sometimes I have to turn it down just because I can't take it with me.
It's good to have a creative mind and an artist's mind, because you can find the simplest things and it can be used 100 different ways that many people can't see the world like that.
Well, because even when I'm making like a thumbnail from scratch, sometimes I just like simple shapes and putting it together, right? It's like, if I want to, like if you take a look at a car, like you would see, okay, roundness, like, or cylinders, like for tires, you get that box type of shape if it's a van and all this stuff. And the next thing, simple shapes put together and you get something more complex. It's the same thing with, it's the same thing with an umbrella where you get metal, you got nylon material, a handle, and all this stuff. Spring, I mean, like, depending on what you need it for or what you want to use it for after, there's some uses.
Let's see what's inside of this one. This is a David Taylor tie. I'll see if there's a manufacturing location. Made in China, dry clean only. Let's see what's inside of this one. I haven't split this one open yet. But...
And like I said, depending on the material, right? If you fluff it out usually if I'm doing it, I usually use a saw because it's got multiple teeth, and I'll just, I shouldn't say feather it out, but I fluff it out so it becomes like, you know what I mean? And I just use like an empty lighter just to see can the sparks light that. And usually if it does, I will try to use it.
Yeah.
Because usually the synthetics I won't be able to do it. It'll just melt and it won't actually combust like it's supposed to. So.
Yeah, no, I've never made char cloth. I never have.
I've made, usually if I'm gonna do it, usually I'll do it either in the sun or at a predetermined fire. Like I'm camping out for sure. I'm having, then I'll bring it because I don't want to just make it using like camp stove or propane. That it feels like I'm wasting it. Yeah, I feel like I'm wasting it. I'm using propane to make char cloth.
Yeah,
it's one thing to show an example or like
a synthetic. That's a synthetic for sure. The way that's burning.
Yeah. No, so that's why you opened. That's why it got brighter. You opened up the door.
Yeah. It would have its own use of different things. I mean, if you need something that's absorbent, this would be possibly for a bandit for a dressing.
Perhaps.
Put that over top of a wound maybe or whatever, or even absorbing water and taking it with you. Might not be very tasty, but
well, maybe you could use it like a pre-filtered medium.
Yeah,
like at the bottom before the let's say the charcoal or activated charcoal or whatever, something like that. Or a pre-filter at the top or something like that.
Yeah, it'll filter out sticks and leaves and things like that.
Yeah, the more coarse things. Maybe I'll even hold back some of the pollen too for you.
Yeah.
Well, pollen's actually quite small for what it is. We just see it clump together. That's why we can actually see it. It's actually naked. Each individual pollen is naked. We can't see it with the naked eye. We only see it because it groups together. It clumps together. And it gets everywhere. Right? Like you see it in the spring. Well, for here, I see it in the springtime in the rainwater all the time. It just lingers in until it gets washed away or washed out. So.
Yeah, I might make a video about that resource right there. If you're in a desperate situation and you have
I don't know
an abandoned house and there's some ties left behind, well, this is a resource. That might be
something to consider at least. Consider that as an option. How likely, I don't know, but or something similar and adapting the knowledge to a similar situation.
There is one thing for sure about a tie like this is that the fabric is made, you can tie it tight. It's slippery, because just thinking out loud.
Okay. Because there's probably a few things I could pick up offhand. I could probably do. I've never experimented with it, so I can't say for certain, but because I don't have this random supply of ties that I don't care about, or I've never bought, or I can actually cut up and do stuff with it.
Yeah, this is the
sometimes
first. It's a first for me too, CR.
Yeah, because it allows you to experiment and just to see, and not just be so close-minded. Oh, it's a tie. It's meant for wearing. Yeah, that's its primary use, honestly. But there's secondary uses for resources like this. Sometimes you got to think of them when that's all the resource you have. Whatever it is, umbrella, a tie, I don't know, right?
Yep.
Some things could be used for other things. It's just if you need it. I mean, if those ties were silk, I'd be like, oh yeah, I have another thing you can do, or something like that. But they're probably synthetic. So, and they're not clip-ons.
That's a good wife you got right there. Here, hon, have some water.
Dang,
my wife's got the COVID right now. My wife's down. Wife is down. She's got the COVID right now.
Hopefully she feels better.
Yeah.
I hope she will feel better soon.
Yeah, she was telling me all week that a couple of her coworkers had it. And I got a text message from her yesterday. And she said, hon, I'm coming home early. Can you get me some Gatorade? Okay. So run over and got her a bunch of drinks. And she came home looking like, and we've got a home COVID testing right here. So
the rapid test?
Yeah, and she goes,
yeah,
I've got it, all right. I've got it. And I said, all right, into bed, missus. And
eat well again and just rest and
yeah. And that's where storing up some food came in handy, because I wanted to get her some soup, some chicken soup. We didn't have any in a can of that stuff in our normal pantry. And go in the preps. I know we've got chicken soup in the preps. So I took out a can of that and chicken and dumpling soup. And in the middle of the night, I made her a bowl, and she just took a few mouthfuls and gave her a Tylenol, so keep the fever down a little bit, So
yeah,
that came in handy.
Give the body a chance to fight it back.
Yeah. She's sacked out on the couch right now. She's just racked out.
Yeah, just using less energy. And remember, when you're sick like that, it wipes you out, right? Because your body's actually trying to fight it, so it's using a lot of energy to fight it off.
Yeah,
usually feel tired, right?
Her first complaint was her legs were feeling very weak, and I said, "All right, I got her tucked into bed and gave her a Gatorade, and I put the Tylenol next to her, and I said, "Do you need anything else?" And she just went,
yeah,
okay, right. That's what you need the most, right there, is just lay down and
that's
sleep.
why you rest when you're not feeling well.
But that once again,
sleep and drinking water.
Yeah. This little bit of food prep came in handy last night, because she got hungry in the middle of the night and didn't have any chicken soup in the normal pantry. So, okay, let's go into our storage.
Yeah. Another example of how it comes in handy. Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was getting ready to send her to a Guantanamo Bay Detention Center, because she let me down a couple days in a row. She didn't make any breakfast waiting for me when I got up for a couple of days. So,
are you sure she can't hear you right now? She doesn't watch the stream, does she? I'm just watching out for you, Bob. Just making sure. I don't want to hear you out in the dog pen.
I've teased her about that more than once. Hon, you're fired. No breakfast. I was getting ready. I was getting ready to get her an inflatable rubber raft and send her all the way to Cuba. The Gitmo Detention Center, because there's no. Or I have threatened to send her to Antarctica more than once, Yeah, she's like sometimes I'll complain to her. She's always at work, guys. She's a Filipina healthcare worker, and she works constantly, so she's very seldom here. We text message quite a bit, love notes and different things. And I remember more than once I've sent her that there's nothing for lunch. I'm going to run away from home. No one loves me. I'm going to run away from home. And she's so compassionate that she sends back a message like, "Take the car, hon. It's faster."
At least if you're gonna leave, at least make it fast.
Yeah, just you wanna leave? Go ahead. Just take the car. It's faster. Just go. Yeah.
There's gas in it too.
Now, how's that for some
3/4 full for you?
loving compassion for you? Go ahead, beat it, mister.
Oh, I could just see her emailing you, transferring like a 50. It's like, that's for the gas, by the way.
Yeah, she would too. Yeah, she said, yeah, I put some gas money in your account, so go ahead and take the car, beat it.
You can fill it up too.
And I mean, YouTube
Bob, if it's raining, you'd be like, car wash.
Jag ska göra det.
Mrs. needs some attention there, Shadow. Yeah.
I'm taking notes, guys. I'm taking notes.
Hey, you know what my wife will do when she come home from work? She almost always brings me home something to eat. Always. It's just without even always. Fast food, sometimes some Filipino food that they share at work. Always brings me home something to eat. And I know when she wants some attention, because I'll be on here doing whatever I'm doing, and she'll go like this. She'll go meow meow, meowing like a cat. Meow meow.
Oh,
meow meow.
I bought you a doggy bag.
No, that means Kitty needs some petting. Kitty needs some attention. She'll put her hand out.
Okay,
She'll put her hand out
I'm
and go.
writing this. Okay, memo.
Meow
So,
meow.
yeah,
Meow,
use
meow.
the words meow meow.
Yeah. Meow meow. Pretty kitty needs some attention. She needs some time to sit on my lap, and
But if I start saying meow meow a lot or meow, I'll start sounding like who's cat.
Wow, that's just.
I'm just kidding.
Females are a different breed, but you got to learn how to read them. Nicole Ruiz, yeah. Nicole, are you Filipina, Nicole? Nicole Ruiz? Ruiz.
I know she
I believe she is.
Likes baseball.
Oh, she's Filipina? Okay. Let's see.
Oh, she is.
Take a look at her. I'm going to stalk her just a little bit. See what.
Oh, Bob's famous 5-letter word.
Go to her channel. Yeah, she's maybe a Latina. Well, it's hard to say. Nicole Ruiz. ¿Dónde está?
It finally stopped raining here. So, Shadow, how's the weather over there for you, by the way?
Hot and humid.
What's the temperature?
Probably about 24 degrees Celsius.
That's about 75 Fahrenheit, by the way, Bob.
Oh, okay. Thank you. But it's right here in Seattle, Washington. It's 63 degrees Fahrenheit. So
remember, 60 Fahrenheit is 16 Celsius.
Yeah.
So that's probably around
16?
the 17-ish mark. So yeah.
Yeah, it's we've only had 3 days of summer weather so far. That's it.
Yeah,
just 3
like
days.
anything above 75, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's where I say that 24 Celsius, 25 Celsius, or over 75 Fahrenheit. Only maybe twice this year. like for this 2022 season, right? So
Yeah.
like it hasn't actually been hot. Hasn't even reached over like that 88
Yeah,
or 30 Celsius yet. I'm, compared to last year, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or last year, I was looking. I'm like, oh yeah, during this time we were in the heat wave for like most of the time. You remember that, right? So,
yeah, and
yeah,
like
you should remember that.
Like 2 years ago was really hot and dry, but this year
it's more
nothing. Just
well for me. It's been more rain. I'm getting a well balance of both the sun and the rain, but not much in the way of the heat. Like the hotter, 75 plus weather. So, because I know certain plants like the heat more. So, I think like peppers and stuff like that. So, or hot peppers, anyways.
Shadow, you're a big guy.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Big guy.
183 centimeter.
Oh my God, centimeters and kilos. Oh my God.
So I'm probably 6 foot in, if I remember it correct.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
Or otherwise, I can check it.
Yeah, I'm 6 foot 200 pounds. So.
Well, it's 12 inches for a foot, right? Right.
Yes.
So, and 1 inch is 2.54 centimeters. So I feel like I could almost do the math, but I'm too lazy.
Oh, you're one of those math Asians. You can do all that stuff in your head.
Yeah, where's Vanessa Kitty? Where's Vanessa Kitty? She would help me. Where's Vanessa Kitty? Actually, I'm curious. Did Vanessa Kitty show up? By the way, Shadow.
Yeah, I'm 6 foot. So
6 foot. Yeah, you're about the same size as me. Yeah, larger than most of the population, anyway.
Hey guys, can you help me get something off the top shelf, please? No.
I've been there. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You bet. Yeah, that's.
Oh, it's too heavy for me. It's on the top shelf.
Yeah.
I'll
done
find
that.
an excuse.
I recognize that look in the grocery store when a lady's standing there looking up, and then she turns around and looks back at me, like, okay, which one do you want?
Okay. Don't worry, I got it for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing about being married to a tiny Asian lady, is it a step stool in the kitchen and things like that, because she can't reach up in the cupboards, or I'll be out here doing what I'm doing and the door will come open. Hon, I need your height. Reach up to the top shelf, get her down. That happens almost every Sunday, because she'll make me a big dish of like beef stew or spaghetti noodles and things like that. And she's got a big glass container. She keeps it all in for me, so I can. All I got to do is go raid the fridge, scoop it out, warm it up.
I see. Anyways, let's get off this topic about food again.
Okay, you're getting hungry, huh?
No, before you showed up, they were still talking about it. I'm like, I tried to change the subject, and they still talking about it. I really should just eat. See, I went on a diet the last couple of days. I did not see a video for the last couple of days. I was on a diet.
Oh, okay.
Because usually videos or streams will make me hungry. So, yeah, I kind of went on a diet.
Went on a video diet. That's all right.
No, actually, I just took a little bit of time away. Did some stuff here for a little bit. That's why you guys didn't see me for a while. I'm actually surprised no one wondered about me. Because I wasn't even, you didn't see anything. I replied to my own comments and stuff like that, so you would know I'm still kicking it around. But you didn't see me on the stream. Well, that's why you didn't see me last night either.
Yeah, it didn't.
Yeah, right. I was just like, yeah, I had to just do my own thing for a bit. But I'm here again.
I was on a panel on Fishes and Loaves Live.
Yeah. Okay.
I was on her panel. Yeah, the usual that I hang out with and stuff.
Was Devil Dog showing off his garden?
No, he was
late night gardening this time again.
No. That was one of Courtney's or Courtney's. Yeah, Devil Dog always goes out, and he got to go out and check his chickens, and he's got quite an operation going on there where he sells eggs, and he has got an incubator and he sells chicks, and you know, typical Marine, you know. The other services tease me quite a bit because I was in the Air Force, and he was in the Marine Corps in Okinawa, and he said, "I couldn't believe my eyes when I went in an Air Force chow hall. Man, you guys have got desserts under glass and all this fancy food and all that." And I was just laughing, yeah, I know. We had good food and good barracks, he says, "Man, what you guys had was what we had in the Marine Corps was just nothing." I told him, I know I did a temporary duty with the Army, and yeah, the Army's much different than the Air Force. They tease in a slanderous way, like, you guys are a bunch of wimps and all that. So, yeah, okay, but at least I ate well. And we got paid the same amount of money.
So if I ever join the forces, I'll be like, I know where to go to just for the food aspect alone.
Yeah, go in the Air Force. The Air Force has got to.
Let me drop that down, Bob. Okay, join Air Force for the food only.
Yeah. The Air Force has got a big budget, and they gave us pretty good living quarters and education and things like that. Yeah, they've got a large budget.
Oh, did I say that? Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys. Step out for just a minute.
No problem.
Okay, I'll be right back too. Just so you have to talk for a bit.
Yeah. Jeez, it's hot here. Oh, man. I'm floating away.
Remember, I'm still listening.
Yeah, I know. And I'm still floating away. Well, Sherianna, if you could do that, you would be rich by now.
All right. Well, Mrs. has got her laptop set up on the coffee table in front of her, and she's watching one of those shows, like, the Princess for a Day kind of. Yeah. So I went to just go, and she's like this. I'm like, just leave her alone. Shadow, I miss having a cat, man. We used to have a cat.
Yeah.
I love cats, man.
Yeah, me too.
They really are a creature of real duality. They can be so sweet and loving, but they can also be freaking monsters, man. They can be real spiteful. Oh, there you go. That's a lover. That cat's in the love mode right now. Needs some lap time. Needs some stroking. Meow meow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to be in my lap.
Mm-hmm. Absorbing all your body heat.
Wow, I came back at a great time. I just read Sherianna's comment. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
See what you guys
Shariana
talking
always
about?
has fun comments.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Osminder, I knew you were gonna bring that back up.
What's
You
that?
brought it back up. You brought it up last week. I remember that from last week.
Miss
Here we go
Worm. Let me stalk that Miss Worm here. Let's take a look. Miss Worm. I'm gonna take a look at her channel. That's quite an unusual name.
Bye, Miss Worm.
Miss Worm.
Shariana says, feed the community cats. I can have 10 to 20 cats on my front porch at any given time and 2 raccoons.
Oh boy.
That also eat the cat
I'm
food.
just picturing the cat lady now.
Yeah.
I can just picture that.
Do you have raccoons in Sweden?
No, we don't.
No. Oh, okay. They can.
I would be surprised if we had one.
Yeah. Do you have any animal like that, raccoon? Anything that gets in your garbage cans and causes mischief?
Possibly rats, maybe, but
Oh, okay.
Or the birds.
You guys probably have crows over there, don't you?
oh yeah.
Yeah, the birds. Yeah, the birds are.
Yeah.
If it's open, they'll hit it just the way.
Certainly.
It is.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, seagulls do it. Crows do it. Yeah.
Yeah. They got to survive by their wits, taking an opportunity that they can come across,
Opportunists.
You bet. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, hey, sometimes I'm like, it's funny. That reminds me, coming back to the backpack, I actually have found them before, too. I rarely find them, but I know it's possible. I'm just like, someone left this behind. Most of the time, they're not in great shape, but rarely I'm like, oh, this is goodish shape. Goodish.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm just like, so sometimes I'll just use it for storage or something like that. Because I just see, I'm like, there's no one around. I don't see anyone for like around at all, right? And I'm like, I could try to reuse this, or I put it in the garbage. So 1 to 2, right? So.
Go to 2.
But then again, sometimes I'll find stuff like that, and I'll take the resources off of it, or I'll, how do I say, cannibalize it or something.
Yeah, rats can be pretty big in there.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen them enormous, especially overseas. Oh boy,
Yeah, they can mess things up really bad if you are unlucky.
Shariana, I'm looking at your channel. Are you in Canada or?
No, she's in U.S.
In the States, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just me, Shariana. Okay.
I have a question for you guys. I was not mentioning this earlier. Well, that's basically for you, Bob, but since you're here. Because when Guardian and Second Star were still in here. There's something I do this, by the way. You may see this later if I show a backpack. But something, one of the bushcrafting channels or whatever showed it. And I'm trying to, and I'm pretty, well, it goes back to like how in olden times, I guess, I shouldn't say prehistoric, but in past times, that it was used as a basket, right? To hold something in, right? Maybe a lid or a top or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Because I was reconsidering that, but as a modern day approach to it. And I've seen this on some of the bushcrafting channels. Very rarely do I actually see it or see it put into practice. But one of the things I do now, depending on the bag, I'll actually find a container to put. Usually, in this video that I saw, they used a bin or a trash bin or something along the lines of that.
Yeah.
And then they put stuff inside of it. I don't know if you've ever seen that before or have heard about that. I rarely see it. And I actually do it with some of the bags I have here. You would actually see an internal bin inside of it. Because to me, it gives me a little bit more structure. And actually, my bag will stand up on its own. Even when I start taking things out. Okay. Thanks for
what exactly are you talking about, CR? What a thing with a trash bin with a bag in it?
We just got derailed by like.
You kind of lost me, and then the boob thing. You know, I like boobs.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
Well, I think every
watermelons in the
guys
trash.
like.
Yeah. Yes.
Who doesn't?
Mm-hmm.
Forget what I said. It doesn't matter.
There's a tribe of American Indians, not in the Pacific Northwest here. They're called the Puyallup tribe.
Yeah.
I'll place one of their videos in the chat to show how they're preserving their heritage by taking their youth out into the forest in the Northwest here and showing the materials that they used to make baskets and clothing out of from cedar tree bark. It's a long process, but wow, they can make them waterproof, watertight baskets out of cedar tree bark. I'll post a link to their channel, or at least one of their videos anyway. I'll find it.
Actually, that would interest my mind just for what I was talking about, because then I can make one a very specific size and shape.
Yeah.
For a bag. Well, I've seen this before, and because there's a few things about backpacks that gradually in time I got used to because I see it or it happens to me. It's like if the ground's wet, the bottom of your bag gets wet if you sit it out, right? Or let's just say, you know how sometimes, depending on what you put in a bag, you want to access something down a little bit lower, but you got to pull things off the top first, and then it just falls inwards, it collapses inwards. When I use this bin method, I tend to have specific areas that I can put stuff, so it doesn't actually fall, cave in when I'm trying to pull one thing out. And remember what I said, that's a bin, so it acts as a container, so I can use it for, I can use that to gather rainwater, gather water. It's a sturdy enough container, and it can help me in the winter too, because I can gather snow in it. I'm gonna roll my wanted to do that was the whole idea. I'm like, because obviously it's not add weight to my bag, but I'm like, but look what these things I can do with it. I can gather water, I can put stuff in it, I can gather stuff in it, pull it out of the bag and gather stuff in it, right? And stuff like that. And let's say you had like a pocket knife that has a clip, right? I can just clip it onto the side of it because there's a wall, right? So I mean, like, I could just clip it onto the side. So if I had to pull one out, I could just be like, open the bag and just pull right out, right? I don't even have to fuss or muss. It's always in the same spot in that bag.
Well, I'm searching for one of their videos, but might be the Muckleshoot tribe instead of the Puyallup tribe. But so much you can learn from going back in the old times that our ancestors already knew about, and we're having to spend our lifetime relearning.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much that.
And be able to adapt that knowledge too, even to modern day materials too, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's why I actually want to learn about it so I can adapt gain the knowledge and the skill, but maybe adapt it to modern things.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Interesting. I can't seem to find. It might be with another one of the tribes here in the Northwest. The Puyallup tribe is very interesting, as they have in-depth classes and lessons on YouTube here and among their own people to preserve their language. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I think this is the video. And like the title of their videos are spelled out in their language. The two sisters went gathering. All right. I think it's along this one. They're really in-depth art lessons. Oh, well, darn it, I can't find that video.
Some videos can be really tricky to find.
Yeah, they can be. But they show how to make their traditional clothing and hats and baskets, and how they really respect the people who can make the baskets. It's very, very in depth. But you can take basically cedar tree bark and peel it off, and they'll shave it into thin strips and wet it and shape it and on, and then put it together. It's like, wow, man, you guys got some skills, man.
Mm-hmm.
I like
the time to put it together, and it's kind of like, oh, so this is why you edit this, so it's more malleable and bendable, right? So you bend it and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I've never done it, but I know the principles behind some of this stuff.
Yeah, this is a really good. I'll post the channel up here in case you guys want to see what it's like to be one of the tribes in the Pacific Northwest here. A lot of it is language based, but I'm so happy to see that they're maintaining their traditional ways. And here's a link to their channel.
This reminds me of another channel too. Oh, I'm trying to remember.
There we go.
My friend showed me this channel. They have their own little homestead. They do gardening and stuff like that. Some of the stuff that they have is made by hand or whatever, right? And I was seeing this water boiler to make coffee and all this stuff. It looks so cool. I was just, I gotta remember the name of the channel. It's a more popular channel, but they don't really talk in their videos, right? They just show, right? So they're preparing food and all that stuff. Like this chopper that the lady's using is, it looks like it's been made by hand or forged or made by hand, right? It's not a commercial knife or a chopper, right? This looks like really sharp, and it's just like, stuff like that.
This might be the tribe here. Oh, here we go. This is a link to these are the Muckleshoots. They're basically the Duwamish Indians, but there's different bands of them in the area here. Gail White Eagle, she's a master weaver.
Yeah. And some of these resources you might have in your own area, and you could actually attempt this yourself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And stuff like that. And, add to that knowledge bank with skill and experience of doing it. At least once, right?
Here's her channel. You can get a start there. Copy and paste.
I thought that was the link you put in.
That was for the Puyallup people. This one is a Muckleshoot. This lady's a master weaver in the Muckleshoot tribe. But okay, here's one of the videos I was looking for.
Okay.
This I'll post another link. spirit of the trees isn't. These are the muckleshoots, I believe.
Hmm.
It takes a long time to really get to know the native people here. They're pretty. They're very clannish. This is a very good video to show you how to peel the bark off of a cedar tree and how to begin. That second video right there. I sat here one night and was looking into all kinds of things like that. The native kids, I grew up with them. They all went to our schools and different things like that. I grew up with a bunch of them, and
Yeah, I know some too.
Yeah, and show, but they're kind of closed society, They're which I can understand it. There's been a lot of hard feelings among outsiders. In the Northwest, we didn't devastate the natives like they did in the middle part of the United States. But
well, we have issues here in Canada too.
Yeah.
I'm Mark Graves. That's still a big hot topic here in Canada. Still,
yeah.
I mean, the Pope's coming here to Canada this month. He's here. He's here in Canada this month.
Oh yeah, Savage.
Yeah. I mean, so it's a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
Big enough that the Pope's coming. I mean, so it's big enough. But,
I love the smell of cedar too. I do. There's quite a number of those trees right close to my home. Actually, those cedar trees. And
aw, take care.
All right, Shariana, I subbed to your channel, by the way. You got a new sub today.
Yeah. So, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't have cats, do you?
No, we don't have any pets anymore. No.
Oh.
No.
Well, see, here's something I came up with a while ago. Not saying it's original, but it's just an idea, and it brings together me reusing something that a cat would use, a backpack, and I can use it in winter. I'm finding even more uses after. It's the same thing I've been talking about. Remember how I said some of these bags I have an internal bin inside?
Yeah.
Well, you ever seen cat litter before? Cat litter doesn't always exist in a paper bag. Sometimes you see it in a more of a plastic type container. Something like, for anyone that's seen liquid laundry detergent, but it's bigger than that, right?
Uh-huh.
And sometimes I will actually use those because they have flat walls and it's a flat bottom, so it sizes really well for a rectangular shaped backpack. I just have to find the right one to fit the bag, right? But once I do, then
okay, Sherry, live in peace.
Take care.
Shariana, if that's what you like, it's what you like. Yeah, go ahead, Sierra. I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, because I rarely see it, right? Because to me, it's helped me organize the bag. Like, that's another thing about it doesn't really matter if it's a sling bag or backpack or anything. You still have to organize it to a certain degree. The bigger the bag is, the more organized it needs to be because you have more stuff, right? I hate finding stuff, searching. No one likes to search for stuff.
Yeah.
I know I don't, right? Because it's annoying, right? It's taking 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It's just like, oh, here it is at the bottom of the bag. Or, you're trying to find something at home. It's just like, oh. Or that those stories. It took me 10 minutes to find the remote, CR. What? What? 10 minutes? What? Seriously? 10 minutes? You'll never get back.
Yeah.
But the idea was reusing a material like that, right? Because sometimes I will find it, and then, like you said, it exists in different sizes and stuff like that, so I can actually match one to a backpack, depending on the volume of the bag, 30 liters, 50, whatever, right? But one of the things is Well, you guys don't deal with snow as much as I do here. There's these blocks that you can get to make like snow blocks out of. Because
Yeah.
I did it this one summer. This one winter during February. I have a video of that ice wall or snow wall, right? We were using what we did was we had a 5-gallon bucket. We were using that to create the snow wall with, right? Then I had the brown idea. I'm like, why don't I use this cat litter container too? It'll do very much the same thing. It's just a smaller size of it, right? And I'm like, oh, see, that's another use. I can do that. I can gather stuff with it. I can put water in it and all this stuff. So it's not just a container to hold the contents, but I can actually use it as a container on its own if I needed to. Because, like I said, these bags will stand up on their own because the way that I have the bin inside, right? So, and I can do, well, let's say, you know how people have, like, let's say, crowbars. People, sometimes you see bags, sometimes have crowbars, whatever, crowbars, pry bars, yeah. You know, regardless what you think of having them or not, or let's say a saw or something like that. Some things have a little edge on them, right? You know, like an edge or something that can poke through your bag, right? I'm not saying like a knife or anything like that, but I'd say like a crowbar or something like that, right? And you might have it in your bag, right? That makes right. Yeah. Well, the bin allows it so it doesn't poke through the material of the bag because it would have to poke through the plastic before it pokes through the bottom of the bag. This is why I also have this now. So if I can actually put something per se not sharp but pointy inside, it's not gonna poke through the bag because I have a layer in between that. So and anything rubbing along the bottom of the bag, it's gonna spread the weight out more because it's just like basically like thinking of it like a bag that doesn't have an internal frame. This is another way of doing it for me. That doesn't have an internal frame because it helps me spread the weight out better. If that makes any sense. And then I can nest things on the side and stuff like that, so I'm still using up the space and all that stuff. Things that I want to keep at the bottom more of the time, I can keep it more at the bottom. Let's say a stove or something like that. Something I don't. If I need a stove or let's say something to boil water with, I'm probably pulling over for a bit, for a good 15 minutes. If I'm boiling water or making something right and stuff like that. So.
Well, yeah, I get it. It's a hard case. Basically, it's a hard case.
Yeah. Basically, it's just like a hard case to put on the bottom for me. And for the slight increase of weight, obviously there's going to be a weight increase, but the bulk really isn't existing because it's just walls in the bottom, right? So that slight increase in weight, I've justified it for what I can actually do with it and the benefits of it. Like I said, I can gather water with it. I can make a snowball with it with snow. Something I can't do without that. Because I can put the snow inside, push it down, dump it over, start making a wall, right? If it came to that. You know, a wall to block wind or something like that, right? Like, or even dirt, or let's say I was making a sandcastle, I could use it, right? You know, because, you know, you see the little buckets that people use for sandcastles, right? It's that same concept.
Yeah.
So, and usually these containers are relatively thick, durable for what they are, because they were meant to hold like cat litter inside these containers. So they're meant to hold quite a bit of weight inside.
That's true. Yeah. So, at number 2 HDPE.
Most of the time it is, right?
Yeah.
I'm just like looking on it. Now there's no handle like some of them, but I'm fine with that. I can go without that. But
Bob's got the drum.
No, because like I said, it allows me to carry stuff like a container and all this other stuff, and the bag stands up on its own and stuff like that. I can nest things on the side. Like I said, if I had a folding knife with a clip, I could just clip it right onto the edge of the wall of the container. It's right there. It's always gonna be there, right? So it helps me organize too, to a certain degree, and I can subdivide that space. So, something I've started to do a lot more of, and I generally enjoy using it whenever possible.
All right,
I
Shadow. We got to get Miss Verna back here. We got to get Miss Verna back. Get that.
Yeah, I know.
Get that eye candy going on, man. Woo.
Okay. Let me get
I'm still a man. I'm older, but I'm still a man. I like to look at the pretty ladies. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you watch her? Did you watch her? Did you watch her recent videos? She and her friends went to Palawan for a vacation. That's one of the. Oh, you should check it out. They went to.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. I think she put on a couple of lives where they're singing and stuff like that. These Filipinos, man, it's so foreign to the West because they're just sitting in a normal bar and having something to eat and all that, and they'll just break out into song. Anywhere. It's just so different there than it is here. But
yeah, the closest we get here is like what, High School Musical or something.
Yeah, maybe
some sort of
Glee
or something moment.
Yeah, but they just do that all the
the time.
Yeah, they do. I've seen that in my brother-in-law's neighborhood where they'll bring all these tables out of the house, especially on the really hot nights, and they'll bring all the tables out into the street, and they'll have a few drinks and have some food and start just breaking out into song. And if it's a popular song, then the girls will go out on the street and dance, around. It's like, wow, what a foreign place, man. And it breaks my heart to see attractive young women, slender figures dancing in the street. It's just tragic. It's it's terrible. I can't tolerate it. Shadow, I can't take it.
Well, you have at least eye candy.
Yes, sir. Eye candy, food, and like example, one of those nights when we were there in December at the family's home, and my niece ran across the street, and over there they sell plastic sleeves and they freeze it. And somebody in the neighborhood will sell those. They'll take them out of the freezer for 5 pesos or whatever. And my niece went in the house, broke it up into pieces, and she's walking around with a bowl and with broken ice in it, and a pair of tongs. And she's walking around to all the family and the friends, dropping ice into the beer. Doop, 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 and darted back in the house. Pretty soon she'll come out with snacks. They'll slice up some mango or rice and mango and stuff like that. Go dart back in the house. It's like, man, this is foreign. Man, this is so different.
The food's not foreign to me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it's just that's a benefit of living in a warm climate. You can go outside. Up in the north, Canada, Sweden, U.S., there's just none of that happens because you can go sit at a table outside and drink beer and
the patio, the deck kind of deal, but
but sit out there and freeze,
It's more like, hold on, let me get my hoodie on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need to put my gloves on because I can't feel my fingers anymore. Yeah.
When you are freezing, I'm sweating.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're used to it up there. You're Scandinavia. It's not quite so cold here in the Pacific Northwest, but it just rains enough to suck, Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to go, guys. I'm going to get something to eat and go check on my missus.
Yeah, do that.
I'll wait until she's healed up, and then I'll send her to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, or Antarctica. I'll be kind to her,
I'll let you get better before I send you out on your way.
Yeah, you got to heal up pretty quick.
It's just like taking care of an injured bird and letting it loose.
Yeah, you gotta get healed up, hon. I'm gonna replace you, so you're gonna be out of here just as soon as you feel better. Well, that
Feel
would
better?
go over.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Just kidding.
So am I, B Savage. So
Mhm.
am I.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, P Savage. You can tell me this in the wintertime. Then tell me the
yeah.
exact same thing.
I've fallen
People
in love
love
with the
snow, but you
tropics.
like the
Yeah.
cold.
All right. Peace out, guys.
Take care, Bob.
Take care,
Later.
Bob.
All right. See you soon.
See you.
And then there was us too. You know, I
Yeah.
went to go get the bag on. It's
Yeah.
on me right now. Just for
But
fun.
see,
Just for fun.
I had in mind to wrap things up because I have.
Whoa, this is like the shortest I've ever,
Yeah,
ever,
but
ever.
the
It's
reason.
still, it's not even. It's not technically like evening time. I don't even think even 4 is noon yet. Supper.
See,
People be eating.
the reason for why I'm doing this is that my sister-in-law, she she will baptize her daughter
Oh,
tomorrow. So
so you
if
really
I
need
get
to.
in bed too late, I will sleep late, and
Then she'll be mad at you. Then you'll have to explain it. And yeah,
not really, but it can be a little bit stressful, and I don't like that. It is not advisable.
yeah. You don't want to take her off. Oh well,
So
I guess I'll just have to save it for next week. Another time. You guys
So
were gonna
that-
see a sneak peek. I was gonna give a sneak peek, but no, there's no time. Never mind.
by B Savage. So that's why I'm having a shorter stream today. So I wrap
But
things up now. So guys, take care, stay safe, be prepared, and God bless. And I
Take
will
care,
see you next week. Thanks for hanging on, guys. I appreciate that.